So I'm the boss. Which button makes this thing go?
Alrighty, I will be right here, guys. Welcome to the stream. It is another new player, land battle capture point mod tournament. I don't know why I was spacing out on that one, but I'm just trying to get all my stuff set up game-wise, and I'll be hopping into some people's lobbies very shortly. But until then, I'm gonna have this little screen up and getting all my stuff ready here, if I am able to do that. All right, cool. But yeah, I know there's another tournament going on at the moment, the Cold One Cup or whatever. So, Platypus is playing some regular land battles over there on his channel. But today we are be slapping around with the good old capture point mod, the OG, the epic mod of old. All right. Now, alright, let's see, whoever has spec slot open. Okay, looks like Ghouls, the Ghouls does, so let's get rid of our stream starter. We'll hop into this one. I'm assuming it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, bam, okay. And then, yeah, let me finish the spammage of my link to every corner of the interwebs, and we'll be good to go. Yeah. What's going on, Rainy Frog? How you doing, man? I need to blow my nose, but we're just gonna keep posting links, and then I'll blow my nose. How about that? Let's see. So, where am I right now? Okay, I'm in that Discord. Welcome to the world of Discords. How many Total War things can I spam today? Don't know. I'm gonna find out. Oops. Go. And then also, yeah, let me get a screen blocker up. My apologies. For this poor chap here. Screen blocker. There you go. Man, this is a classic. I need to get some more screen blocker options, but the Fatty Slan is one of my favorites. He's a good old reliable, you could say. Just a Blood Bowl meme. If you don't know what Blood Bowl is, well, let me inform you. It's the most infuriating game you'll ever try to play ever. Okay, I think we're pretty... Wait. Not quite. Hold on. Wait a second. There we go. Okay, we're probably good now. Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's get back to it. We are going to be seeing... looks like Vampire Counts versus Lizards. for this particular matchup. And I'm hyped to see what the Vamps can, or what the Lizards can bring against the Vamps. You know, the Vamps have always been a interesting faction when it comes to the history of Total War Warhammer. And it's usually been a very strong faction. There's not been a lot of times where it's been particularly weak. Even since Game 1, the inception of the Spirit Leech spammage back in the days of old, Vampire counts are strong. Strong then, strong now, boys. So they've had probably the most consistent reign over multiplayer out of any faction, I would say. Since they're a top 4, or the beginning 4 from the first game, and then they've stayed kind of strong within the meta for like, let me look at my little watch here, 7 years, somewhat? 6 years? Alright, I need to blow my nose like I promised also. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I neither knew nor would have missed that. Yeah, vampire counts actually have like been menaces for quite a while. Let me get rid of the screen blocker here. They it's mostly just because you know, even when healing wasn't as strong as healing is in game 3, which it is very strong in game 3 due to percentage changes and ultra unit size changes. But even before that was like, you know, the big factor. Healing in general is just a very good ability to have. Thus, you know, the healing caps and etc. Right? And back in the day, vampire counts were the only ones who really had good healing. I mean, there was even a time where, like, you know, Empire didn't particularly have healing. They had to wait on their Jade Wizard to appear before that happened. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's take a look-sees for Guy. It's funny. Guy's playing vampire counts and he's facing off against ghouls. Who's playing the lizards? Okay. Ooh, I need to let's switch up the controls here. All we have to do is go like this. Cinematic smoothing. Like that. Okay. Yeah, now I should be in the cinematic mode. Okay, for Guy, we have an HQ of Hellman Gorst on the corpse cart. Lovely. He's got the magical animus ability, Libernoctus, which is the good old power recharge of the gods, really. We have Invocation of Nehek, Wind of Death, an expensive spell, but really cool if you can get it off, and then Awaken from the Grave, which you get to summon some grave guards, which is a unique little ability, very strong. And then all the like accoutrements from the corpse cart there, all the abilities, Lodestone, and Military Corruption, good stuff. Then we have 2 White Kings, both with Scrab's Grade Library, yeah. Not as good an ability in Game 3 as it was in Game 2. I'm not sure if this is duplication of abilities is legal in Fruit Rules or whatever, but since this is a new player tournament, I would hardly say it matters. And plus the ability's not that strong anymore, so. Okay, so 2 Blood Knights and the Varghese make up the good old mobility. We have Karen Wraith pulling up the back. Karen Wraiths have been significantly nerfed, but they do have really good AP damage, and they can slow people down with their Frostbite, which is very cool. We then have just 2 zombies on the left flank there, and then 3 Graveguard. And yeah, that about wraps up the Vampire Count army. For the Lizard Gizzard Wizards, we have Nakai the Wanderer with Miasma of Despair, cool little aura he got. And the Primal Roar, very good stuff. He has Perfect Vigor because of, I believe it's just some ability here. Yeah, the Golden Tributes, very good stuff. For the magic here, what do we have? Do we just have Lord Croak? What a G! He is Lord Croak. Lord Croak actually does have a pretty good passive with the Supreme Shield of Old Ones, plus 40% damage resist is pretty good. Then for the other single entity, the Rev Crystal for some healing and revivification. We got Feral Cold One Spear Riders, a little legion of Sword Spears in the back here, and then some Skinning Skirmishers to kind of round it out. And last but not least, we have the good old cohort of Huatl, the Sacred Croxagores, who I guess have Perfect Vigor. I forget exactly what their differences is to their regular Fistigore, or Fistigore, yeah, Fistigore counterparts here. Voxigores, I guess this is the. Okay, certainly, I'm just surprised how well they do. I have constant healing vamps. Yeah, I have. More frogs, yeah. Frogs, yeah. Okay, so it looks like Lizardmen are going to dive right into the scrum here. I would expect to get some, you know, we want to get some of your value from your skin cohorts. You wouldn't really try to dump them into a graveyard too much. Perhaps, I mean, maybe you could get a little bit into the Karen raids. So this is a great application of the cohort of Waddle. Magic damage, very high, you know, attack and weapons. Oh, they just have the pure attack. So yeah, but they do have magic damage, so they're just gonna beat the crap out of these Karen raids. They should scoodle the doodle out of there. And oh my God, that was a mini little his first level ability, I believe. The deliverance. It's a 1. Deliverance of the pizza. He's going to deliver some more pizzas. Looks like the second or the third one with the radiance of that. Let's see. Oh, the blob is going to get punished here. Ooh, yeah, good damage, good damage. And those Karen rates, as you can see, are gone because of the magic damage from the cohort of Waddle. You definitely want to be careful when you see potential counters, and that's a game knowledge thing. If you don't know that these guys do magic damage or something, and you're not, you know, looking at it in game, it can be hard. But most Boxigores will beat up any ethereal units, and that's something to just keep in mind. Nakai is going to put in some work here. Sword Spears are just holding tight, and the Rev Crystal can buff them up. The Blood Knights have taken a long time. You definitely want to try to get these guys into the fight somewhere. Even if you end up charging Spears, you can try to get them at least at a bad angle. With the Cold One Spear One Riders there to countercharge, you want to be very careful. But there's a juicy core here. And also, if you did bring Wind of Death, you might as well consider maybe trying to get one off here, either on the line of Skinks or more likely the Sword Spears. There's a Scrab Scraith. Not a very well lined up one, but you can see it still didn't do that much damage. Blood Knights running away. Sword Spears trying to chase after them, but if they keep retreating, they should be able to get away fine. Gorst is getting absolute pound town. This guy's just getting wrecked by fucking the Fistigores and Nakai. The good old Deliverance of the Pizzas has absolutely obliterated his squishy Graveguard like cushions here. I'm just left with the hard steely fist of the Rock'em Sock'em Lizards. Nakai will also put in work. I mean, ew, and then he gets a nice aura of 40% ward save on everything with the Lord Croak. I think Lord Croak actually is a very valid oh, okay, we'll just save that in the files. GG. But yeah, I think that was just, you know, that was just game knowledge stuff. You definitely don't want to like throw Karen rates against the Boxigores. Karen rates, right now, in my opinion, aren't that great. Maybe someone makes them work better than I, but yeah, they currently just seem to underperform a lot of the time because of their you know, kind of lack of physical resist they used to have. But more melee stats to make up for it, but I don't know if it really makes up for it because they have a lack of HP. White Kings, yeah, didn't do that well. Yeah, GG. But yeah, it was just Croak absolutely smacking them with the Deliverance of Pizzas, and Blood Knights didn't really have a chance to get in there. White Kings would have done fine, but they just didn't have their squishy Graveyard to lead them on there. Boy, I just got destroyed in the newbie Dom tournament. Let's watch other people miss micro and Inkari. Inkari's a hard one, man. Inkari is a hard nut to crack, I'll tell you that much. She really, or he, she, them really, it's kind of a tragedy because I do agree with a lot of people that like her, or this, god damn it, their ability of having a unit, like the unit needs to die for her to get healing. And healing on those big single entities is really important. So I think if she is going to have a healing ability, it should be attached to something else, because that's just not a very good one. I mean, it is thematic and whatever. Yeah, exactly. And like, Inkari, like, they have a lot of potential. Like, really, like, using Inkari, they can just smash through, like, so much different stuff if you just cycle charge. But the issue I find is that, when it works and it's great, but a lot of the time they'll miss the attack. So like, Inkari will swing the swords, and it'll be like a little bit early just before she lands on the target, or he lands on the target, and it's like, it's just it's just soul crushing when you see Inkari missed. It's just so like Inkari needs to have some like metadata fixed for sure. They claim they did it, and then I don't think they did. Um, so hopefully that'll be the thing. So let's go inspect if there's any other. Let's see, nope. Looks like we are all out of options here. I think everybody's on their rounds. So we'll have to check the good old Total Tavern website and see where everybody's at here. All right, so we got a smaller tourney today, boys. Looks like it. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I see. Okay. Um. So yeah, we will be waiting on these other two to finish up. Then I don't exactly know how this is gonna go. I guess it'll be a speed, whatever. So I'm not exactly sure what is the plan, but I'll be hopping in somebody's lobby at some point soon. Let's look at the replays. Let's go save that. BC versus Lizard new. Come on. Okay, cool. Good. Yes. Yep. Okay, we're good to go. I don't really bring Keeper Secret enough, but it never goes badly when I do. Yeah, the Keeper Secret I would say is more like safe. Keeper Secret, so like dude. Oops. No. Slanesh. Okay, so like honestly, so I'm a loser, and I only like picking legendary lords, so I'll only pick like Siggy, Azazel, or Inkari. But Exalted Keeper of Secrets is very good. So you got a base cost of 2100 for, let's see, 25 bonus versus large. So you're getting extra good damage on weapon strength, whatever. But you're going up to 75 melee attack on the Keeper of Secrets. You have pretty decent weapon strength. You have a decent like access to lore. Like you can bring the lore Shadows, which is just disgusting right now. So it's like you bring lore Shadows. You have access to Melkoth, which is one of the best damage spells in the game. You have Pit of Shades if you're really going splashy, and then you have just a very like good selection of abilities. Like the only thing that like Inkari really has over this character, in my opinion, is like, yeah, because even the Soul Siphon's good. Like, the only thing Inkari really has over this character is her damage output, like, potential with the Wit Stealer Sword. Wit Stealer Sword gets her to, like, 1040 or whatever weapon strength, which is just gross. You're really, like, you can hit, like, Scarbrand levels of stuff, and you have 70 melee attack, so you're more than likely gonna just chunk stuff down, like, in a few hits. And if you get lucky with RNG, you can get Inkari's fast attacks where you just like will hit multiple times, and then your opponent's like in real trouble. But it's more so just her abilities that are really lackluster. Like Harbinger of Souls is just poop. It's just when a unit is destroyed, it has to be completely destroyed. So it's better technically funny enough like for undead, even though undead don't have souls, because they'll more likely be destroyed than like a routing unit. It'll take a lot to like hunt down every single routing unit. Whittling Prey is alright as well, but like yeah, like comparatively, like, and look at this list, like dude, like, so yeah, like Seductive Glory, you have the Rampage, like this is what I don't like. Like, I mean, I'm glad the Exalted Keeper Secrets is good. Like, I like Greater Demons being badass, and like badass characters should be badass. But Inkari's like a named character, and just like basically objectively worse. Like it always kind of annoys me. I don't think every like named character should be better strictly than their generic counterparts, because sometimes like their niche in lore is that they're not good at a certain thing, but they're really good at like other things. So it looks like it's just ghouls. So we will wait for the okay, cool. Yeah. It's you know, like I like. Alas, the newbie dome tournament didn't wrap up fast enough for me to do both. It's all good, man. This is gonna be a quick little stream. It seems like as well. I might have some replays we can spectate in case stuff gets a little extended here. But yeah, like personally for Slanesh, I usually go Siggy or Azazel. That's probably boring, I guess, for people. But like honestly, like Azazel's never really boring for me. He's like really cool character. He's small entity, speed 100, and he flies. So like he can just dodge so many missiles if you're on point. You can just dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dive. And he has just a really cool like leadership bomb kit. So I mean, dominating aura doesn't really matter, but like what is it? You don't really go Pavane. You would go. I guess you could go Phantasmagoria if you really want to like try to bomb the hell out of someone. Because you bring just like Whip, Phantasmagoria, Demon Blade, and then Intimidator, right? Blister Rapture is really gross too. So this would be like the leadership skadoosh kit because like you have -16, you can pin them down, and then you also like throw slap a discouraged, which is another 16. Temptators is good because like honestly he's pretty squish, pretty damn squishy. But it's honestly also better like if you're so you like the weird thing about damage reflection, guys, is that it just reflects that pure like damage. So damage reflection doesn't do AP damage, which is weird. You would think it would, but it doesn't. Phantasmagoria is a net in vanilla. I had no idea. Yeah, it is a net. It's really good, and it's like yeah, it's a fat little area. And yeah, you can use it to pretty good effect. I honestly think like in a lot of situations, as Slanesh, Phantasmagoria can be pretty good, purely because of how like squishy the roster is. So like if you really need something to not be on your ass, you can just pop Phantasmagoria and get them off of it. And then obviously you can try to leadership bomb with like something like Azazel or like a terror causing whatever. But Azazel is terror causing himself, so he's just dope. And then Siggy's one of the best lords in the game for grinding. So I think like Slanesh has some options. It's just that like the Princess of Perfection. Slanesh has some options. It's just not what we think it is anymore. Like I think the only times you want like a lot of mobility, like Seekers, is to just disrupt the back line, not so much for damage. And then you just want to actually play it like as Warriors of Chaos and go like heavy bullshit. First game done. Okay. We'll hop in Rainy Frog's lobby and see where that takes us. I believe... Let's see who's done with theirs. With their game. That was a lot of... Started sounding like I was part of Slytherin there. Okay. So it looks like we have one more... Oops, I didn't mean to join the lobby. But I need a spectate slot. Open. Sir Rainy Frog. You want to provide a spectator slot? I would be obliged to come inside of your nice little game there. I love Faz. It's so cool, incredible for nailing a priority target. Yeah, so let's see. I'll message Frog and then let's just see, or not Frog, but oh, is it just over? Is that it? Oh, do you have the replay? Yeah, I guess I wasn't really sure what's going on. Because it seemed like there was a good amount of people who signed up. And obviously signing up is no obligation. But yeah, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how you'd continue this tournament really, because it's so how it's set up is there's like 3 sets of games here, but then Yeah, I don't know how you go from there. I figure you just do a round robin, but maybe that's not the case. It's just round one, it's round two, so it's round three, yeah. Eh. Yeah, anyways, yeah, if we're only doing one game per thing, then that was not what I was thinking this was. I probably wouldn't have streamed. Okay, yeah, then let's get Rain Frog. Send me your replay, man. Let's do it. Uh, let's watch the other two and then call it good. We'll just be a little mini stream. But I do need those replays, so let's message the chat here. Me replays of meaning. And then who's and I guess it's Grizzly. Grizzly. Okay. Download this puppy, and then we will be in business. Let's hop right up in this hoe. Bam, save, done. Excellent, thank you, Rainy Frog. Okay, let's go take a look. So we have a Beastman, Rainy Frog as Vampire Counts versus the Beastmen. Very cool. Let's do it. So this is an interesting matchup. Ever since the Gorgon and Jabberslythe made it into the Beastman roster, I feel like they've had some tools to fight back against the Vampire Counts. I always feel like the micro attacks was on the Beastmen though, so I'd say it was like relatively favored for Vampire Counts. Also considering like a majority of the Beastmen roster can be very easily terror routed. Just because of all the like fear from the Vampire Counts, like you can get those leadership values decently low before, like, you know, because essentially if you look at the Beastmen, right, they have Primal Fury, which gives them immune to Psych, but it's only if their leadership's 50% or higher. Anyways, before I get into that, let's go about the HQ with the Dragon Lord. So the Dragon Lord has the good old Pestilent Breath, Helm of Discord, very good stuff, very good strong weapon ever since these lineage or these bloodline new vampires were introduced in the game 2. Let's see, Van Hell's Dance Macabre and Invocation of Heck, and that is about it for him. Then we have the good old Mortis Engine of Doom. We have a Corpse Cart, and then I believe that's all it for single entities. We have some Centaurs thrown off into the Spearmen, but for the mobility, we have 4 Vargeists. A lot of Spearmen, or not a Spearmen, a lot of zombies, 2 Spearmen, the Tithe, and yeah, there's more zombies than 2 Cryptors in the back. Okay, very like wide chaffy with some like monster mash, and then a Vampire Lord. Very cool. For the Beastmen, we got good old Toroxy Rocks. He is blood beasting it, so he has a good amount of abilities here in the brass body, the best ability he has. Rune Tortured Axes, the OG 2, what are they called? Slaughter and Carnage. They charge up in melee, I believe. And then we have a few Ungor Raiders, 3 Ungor Raiders. As the front lines clash, the Gores should be beating up the zombies if no other situations going on, but with the help of the monsters, you'd assume that they'll be able to rout the Ungors and Gores pretty quickly. Vargei's catching up to the Centaurs, never want to see that. It's not great. But to round off the build of the Beastmen, we have Bestigors, we have a Bray Shaman, and we have I don't even know how to say that, Vorbergland Brood Mother, and she's the ROR Jabberslythe that yeah, has that cool kind of vortex ability rather than whatever the natural one has. I kind of forget. I know they both have Aura Madness. Maybe that's just an extra thing. Crypt Horrors coming in. Vargeist landing on the Grey Shaman. Interesting snipe attempt. The Vestigor Herd will intercept them, and they probably need to waddle away, or else they're going to get chopped up eventually. Crypt Horrors went in by themselves, so or not by themselves. More Vargeist went in by themselves. Very risky biz. They're dealing a lot of damage to these Sons of Goros, but they are taking a lot of damage in return from Torox and the Sons. Combined with the Grey Shaman, they're not going to be great. But good old Blood Dragon boys coming in to save the day. A lot of the infantry are slowly getting ground down over here, but unfortunately, Vargeist and looks like maybe a zombie summon or two was able to rout off these Umbra Raiders, and this is a huge deal. These guys getting routed off is not great because they need to pressure mostly this Mortis Engine. This thing definitely needs to die. This thing being allowed to live will carry the late game for the Vampire Counts for sure, even if the rest of their chaff and stuff is dead, which is not really happening because the Vargeists are able to clean up shop on a lot of these engagements. As you can see, like, it doesn't take, unfortunately, a lot to rout these guys off, and then as they're routing, take a lot of damage from the retreat. Blood Dragon, Vampire Lord kind of chilling. So usually in this matchup you will see a Gorgon for this specific reason. One, to hunt the Mortis Engine. Two, to pressure any other of these things. Like a Gorgon will really mess up Crypt Horrors and anything large, like mobility-wise, that the Vampire Counts have to throw at you. What I really... now, I'm not saying this is a great matchup for Beastmen. I really don't think it is. But you definitely want to go single entity heavy. Vestigors actually aren't the worst thing here. The issue is that they will just kind of eventually get ground down, and like, it's more so that they have a lack of good targets than they're bad. Like, yeah, they'll beat up. Well, they won't really beat Crypt Horrors if Crypt Horrors are healing, but they'll beat up like a lot of stuff on the Vampire Count roster. But most of the time, just gonna be fighting zombies. So you're not gonna get. Ooh, that was a good little breath, even though it clipped a lot of those zombies. But yeah, at this point, as you can see, like, a lot of the Beastmen armies kind of scattered, routed to the wind. You needed these Centaurs to not get caught by the Vargeists. They have 92 speed, right? So, like, technically you should be able to kite, but even if you can't, you do want to be trying to layer those defenses within, like, those Bestigors and, like, just kind of keep going at it, crisscross. But, like... it's hard, you know, like, it's not an easy thing. Like, this is the optimal thing, right? You want the Centaurs on the Mortis Engine, but it's hard when the Vampire Counts have a lot of ability themselves. I think going a Blitzkrieg of single entities and then maybe a stronger, like, Infantry Corps, like some Bestigors, like maybe one or two Bestigors, and maybe even the ROR that's anti-large, because then you're actually putting up a decent fight against these Crypt Horrors and Vargeists, or even more damage per se. And I definitely would recommend something like a Jabberslythe, because the Jabberslythe does what the Mortis Engine does. That's why we call these things Mortises, because they do very similar things, and they just will melt down your opponent's infantry chaff. Like, this Jabberslythe could probably take on the rest of this chaff here, but it just needs to be protected from the Crypt Horrors and the Vampire Lord and all the other big bads that the vampires have to offer here. So yeah, unfortunate. But I think this is definitely an L for the Beastmen today. Definitely a fat L. Torox, just a little too low HP. And Torox is a really beefy guy. I mean, I don't hate him in this particular matchup. I don't think Blood Beast is a great ability. As you can see, it didn't really even knock down these Crypt Horrors that much. So, like, he doesn't really get him loose that well. I mean, you can just kind of walk over regular infantry with him, to be fair. I would just usually go Brass Body, and, you know, honestly, like, having Rune Tortured Axes is not bad. It's a cool one, and, yeah, he's just big chillin', and he'll survive for a while, but it is what it is. So, I definitely would recommend just a build change there. I think Going wide against vampire counts is rough because they just take so long to get through, especially with Ungors. Ungors aren't like some like, you know, kind of decent chaff that'll like chew through other chaff. They're just kind of chaff themselves. So they're not gonna like beat up zombies like at an amazing rate. Now zombies will definitely lose. It's just not. It's not the trade isn't great. Yeah. GG. So yeah, Rainy Frog did well there. He brought some cool monsters, a lot of Vargeists, some Crypt Horrors, and the good old Mortis Engine. Mortis Engine didn't even do that much of that game, but the Blood Dragon Lord is definitely probably the most meta of picks, I would say, out of this whole thing right here. He's just very good, a lot of damage potential, and has one of the better debuffs just on a random item in the game. Like it's an AoE, minus 24 attack, minus 24 defense. Really good stuff. Crypt Horrors, just being gross Crypt Horror stuffs. And then, yeah, the zombies just did their job, right? Just kind of sat there. Jabber's Life, unfortunately, didn't get that good a value, but we probably got some good Spirit Leeches from the Shaman of Death. I didn't check what spells he had, but I assume he had Spirit Leech. At least, or maybe a Fate immune in there. And then, yeah, like, it's just really, you got to be careful with these Centaurs here. I actually would have thought you maybe want a couple more of these Centaurs with throwing axes. Maybe not so much the Sons of Goros. I mean, Sons of Goros are good because they can, like, fuck up ethereals if you think someone's going to bring ethereals against you. But, yeah, it just seems like, you know, a lot of you need to be able to get the power units off of the Vampire Counts roster. You're not going to be able to catch the Blood Dragon Lord to the end if he's careful. So you want to be able to get the Crypt Horrors down and to pressure the Mortis Engine like just like a shit ton. And then try to make sure that, yeah, they're not like breaking your front line of crappy like Ungors or whatever, or just don't even bring a front line of crappy Ungors and bring like, you know, maybe some Gores, but probably some like just a couple Bestigors or something, then go mostly like Blob of Doom, I would say. Get back there. No problem, man. You know, I'm not like the end all be all expert, but I've been around the block for quite a while, so this matchup has been a thing for quite some time. And it hasn't like changed horrendously over the years. But it definitely there's some more tools in game 3, I would say, but it's just harder because right now counts are very strong. So this matchup, you definitely want to go single entities all the way. You know, as many as either the unit caps or the tournament rules that you're abiding by allows you to. And I would try to go for Gorgons, try to go at least one Jabber, or just one Jabber Scythe. I think that's the max you can bring. So one Jabber Scythe and then 2 Gorgons, I believe. Just so, like, you know, whenever they try to, like, jump on you, you can respond to these Vargeists, you can respond to the Crypt Horrors, etc. So that way you're not, you know. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see if we can get our third game here, it seems. I'm not sure if that got completed or not. Okay, yeah, you guys have a second round here. There you go. That's what I thought. Um, cool. Let's see who's in the lobby here. We have a Ghouls, Razal Ghouls lobby. So we can spectate that, waiting for round 2 to truly begin. Ghouls will be facing off against Sully. Then the Grizzly Fox against James. Rainy Frog against Nalnish. Oops, let me get my blocker up. Okay, there you go. Honestly, thought Ungor would do better against Zombie, but in hindsight, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not that they like won't win. It's just that like zombies are sticky, you know. So it's like they have a lot of HP and they have a good amount of models. So for another chaff unit to grind through them with not particularly high stats themselves is going to take a bit longer than I think you would like, or maybe like perhaps first perceive it would take. So I definitely like if you want to focus. You want to get something that can grind through that infantry, and the Jabber Scythe, like the Jabber Scythe, is fine at doing that. But having more kind of elite infantry is usually the best bet because zombies really can't get past a certain like melee defense that well. They just start the their melee stats are so like bad in comparison that they just can barely hit them a lot of the time. And then it just becomes a game of can you kill their elite units, and usually like spirit lead spam like either their lord or whatever key unit you're trying to focus at the time. um, and I think the priority, like if you can catch the mortis, that's like number one. The crypt horrors, since they're on the ground, they're probably going to be easier to catch, but you want to be careful because if your opponent is watching them carefully, he's going to be pulling them back and trying to keep them in safety and whatever. Um, and then the Vargeist, you in that situation, you don't have any flying presence, and the Ungor Raiders aren't going to be really like too much of a threat to them. So you kind of just have to wait for them. But and keep in mind, I think Vampire Count is still one of the top factions in the game. So I think Beastmen are very good. I think they're very good. I just don't think they're like the greatest matchup into Vamps at the moment, in terms of just the traits that each possess, I would say. All right, so we have the Ghoulie Ghouls. We're waiting for whoever they're going to schooly school. Let's see. Bam. Yep. Okay. People are just figuring out their your people are figuring out their matchups here. If nobody hops in the ghoul den in a little bit, we will jump over to a different lobby just to get our viewing experience up, shall we? Because the lobby simulator 2023 is not the greatest of entertainers, I would say. I mean, it's definitely I can sit here for hours because I just like mulling over unit stats, but yeah, I wouldn't say that's everybody's cup of tea. He's on the way now, I think. I hear my dog, the Hound of Hell, barking from outside. Might get some soda, give myself a little power boost. He's on the way now. I think he was under the impression it was one and done. Yeah, I guess the setup was kind of confusing. It didn't show that like there's going to be other rounds. But yes, definitely. I that's what I believe. There's gonna be other rounds. I think there's gonna be 3 rounds. So don't worry. There's only one more round after this. But yeah, we're okay. Let's see. Round 1, round 2. I assume it'll only be round 3 rounds because, or no, maybe there will be a whole thing. I guess it depends on the points and how it all works out. I guess whoever has the most points at the end, or the top 2 points, will just go to the finals probably. I would say, since there's only 6 people, right? Or I guess it could be 4. I guess the lowest 2 will be dropped, and then 4, and then 2. How's it going to work, you guys? If you guys is in chat, and I'm sorry I keep hitting this mic. If we could figure out how this works, I'm not entirely certain myself. With this amount of people is my question. Is my grand question. Okay, nobody has hopped in yet, so we're gonna hop in. Let's see if there's anybody open. No, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Alright, well, then we will hop right back in. Now, what's another unit you guys are like, you like somebody likes but you think is pretty bad? I can go talk about it or something. because it's taking a little bit for the ghoul and friends to get the game together, and I'm not seeing anybody else's game up. Okay, there we go. Actually, it just filled up. Look at me, ruining the fun, talking my shit. Alright, there we go. Okay, Sully versus Ghoul. Raz Al Ghouls. But yeah, what is a unit that you think is underpowered and why, but you think is also cool, or you know, or something of the ilk? Anybody? Anybody? I can throw out some of my own if we don't get any suggestions. But yeah, here's one that I'll throw out. All right, Oxyotl. I think he's a really cool lord in Warhammer 2. Borderline, not Borderlands, with Claptrap and all that. But Borderline, he was broken in game 2, but then he got nerfed kind of decently hard, and then also game 3 with the HP increases, and they didn't really increase his damage. He just is a shitter. From what I hear, Hero Titans, Hero Titans, yeah, they're like, yeah, they just don't have great leadership for some reason. I really think it's like, I don't know why they don't have great leadership, considering they're just a massive, like, spirit-infused, like, golem, you know? I wouldn't imagine why they would be having morale issues. But they're really cool looking. They have some pretty good utility. I mean, they come with free spirit leeches, which is absolutely disgusting. I don't think they're as bad as people say, but I don't think they're good. I don't think they're good at all. No, I think they just because of their leadership, they end up crumbling a lot quicker than they should. They cost a good amount, so they're just kind of like. To be fair, low morale was one of the only things I kept. Well, I mean, if you buffed them in other areas, then maybe the low morale doesn't matter. But yeah, like I've seen a lot of like games come down to where they're just getting surrounded by shit, and then they just start like crumbling for some reason, even though they're like, it could be probably like 50-50 or so. And then you're just like, okay, cool, Hero Titan, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's really cool animations though, and like honestly, like he is a decently powerful kit. Like I mean, 2 spirit leeches and 2 Shem's burning gaze, which is that missile bound spell he gets, isn't bad. I mean, it really isn't that bad. It's just I don't know. He just always seems to kind of crash in the late game, or just waddle and be too slow to like really do anything. Like I think you need him in a defensive position, like you know, like you want to make sure it's a matchup where you're able to get him into the like grind and combat effectively, because there's just a lot of situations where he's just like kind of waddling away, and people can just run away from him, and you know, you can't do a lot about it. Yeah. But speaking of Tomb Kings, the Bone Giant is an absolute menace now. Bone Giant, with its body piercing, whew, this thing pierces through like multiple entities. I mean, this thing takes out like, you know, like ogre, like lead belchers, and like ogre models. So like it definitely like will obliterate like Cav if it gets like multiple bodies in one shot, and like, you know, infantry I think is a little wasted on infantry, but like you know, you can use it for these like pretty like decent targets now, and it'll start paying for itself really quickly. As an undead, low leadership is not too bad. It's not. Yeah, yes and no. It like It's not bad because just I think crumbling can be stronger in a lot of cases, and also it seems that sometimes crumbling doesn't, still to this day, sometimes doesn't like work as it appears to be. Like sometimes units will crumble very slowly, for some reason. But I think like for a big monster, right? It's very easy to get surrounded, and when you get surrounded, you get multiple penalties. You get attacked from the flank, and you get attacked from the rear. Not to mention, if you're taking a lot of damage, even if you're dealing a good amount of damage back, you'll probably more than likely be considered like losing the combat. And if you start losing the combat, that's an additional like morale penalty. And then like I don't know, like if crumbling like works properly, they do like they will die pretty like quick. They'll just disintegrate. But I mean, sometimes it won't, and then sometimes you'll just kind of sit there crumbling for a while and be able to sustain yourself for a while with like heals and stuff, which is good. But the higher titan's just a lot of money for like that type of issue to be happening, right? It's just a lot of investment for something that may or may not like screw you over in the mid to late game. Look at Oh, good stretch, good stretch. Okay, real question in the last game. My Scourge Runner were blocked by a river. They couldn't cross it. This is the Green Shrine? A river? A river in the Green Shrine. I don't think the... Oh, is this... Oh, okay, I see. I know what map this is. Okay, yeah, that might be a problem, man. I mean, we'll have to see, like, if you send me the replay, we can go over it. And that might just be a map thing, you know? We still, like, there's some unpolished stuff about the maps, indeed. They are coming straight from, not straight from, but a lot of from the tournament, total turns tavern pack or whatever. But we contact the creators like individually, obviously. But yeah, I mean it's totally on us. We should go check that the rivers are passable. To be fair, as well. This is our duty. And I will have to take a look. See, if you can describe like kind of where it is. I mean, I'll if you send me the replay, we can obviously see it. But yeah. Until then, let's switch our controls back real quick. Okay. For the HQ of the Wood Elves, we have a good old Draika. Oh yeah, a little purple glory. They're little butterflies. Are those butterflies? No, they're just little like fucking leaves or confetti or some shit. Okay, she is the roused to wrath for the wraiths there, or the not the wraiths, the dryads or whatever. Dryad summon, which is very nice. Pit of Shades, gross, and that's her only spell. And then yeah, she has her fanatical resolve ability, which is very cool if she's at a certain HP limits there. Fang of Talrath, so cooldowns hex there. We have a second caster, a Spellslinger of Life on a Great Eagle, and we got Earthblood and Awakening Blood. You rarely see two casters these days in the meta, so that's very interesting. I like it. For the mobility, we have one Glade Rider. Looks like just one Glade Rider, yes. We have two Treekin, one being the Firebark Elders with the resistance to flame and all that jazz. Very cool stuff. We have two Wildwood Rangers. Wow, kind of heavy on the infantry here. Against demons, yeah, we'll see how that works out. And then we have the Eternal Guard. We have one Glade guard with a starfire shaft. And the wraiths of the frozen heart. Oh, and 3 Deepwood Scouts? Yeah, 3 Deepwood Scouts. Alright, on to the demons of the ghoul. The ghoul. We have a Herald of Tzeentch with the lore of Tzeentch, using his chromatic tome, very nice. Blue fire, pink fire, very Tzeentchian selection there. And arcane conduit, very nice. Looks like that's all for his HQ selection. For mobility, we have the ROR Hounds of, or Bloodhounds, which is Hounds of the Blood Hunt. So this is and we got Gore Feast, immune to contact effects, and then the dampened ability, very nice. Blood Crushers, the ROR Blood Crushers, and these are the demonic units, so the ones with the blood letters mounted on the juggernauts, very cool. We have a couple sets of blue horrors, 3 blue horrors and 3 pink horrors, 4 blue horrors, check that. One being the chromatic abomination. This is a very good unit. You have a shit ton of ammo. You have a shield that regenerates based on cast from both parties, so very good stuff. Then you have the Hellforged Host to round it all off. Out in the distance, the Kite of the Gods is happening with this herald, going over the woods here. Most of those arrow shots arcing over the trees, but some of them getting caught up on it. And going through the trees, they definitely get a lot of their arrows snatched away. And honestly, for how many volleys that probably took off of these guys, that might have been a worthwhile trade. Because the Herald of Tzeentch really didn't take that much damage. And this is the issue with the Wilder Rangers against demons, is it's almost guaranteed to bring blue horrors. So this is a bit rough. They're going to be taking a lot of damage from missile fire. Oh, it's absolutely melted. Eternal Guardian taking a bit of damage here from the oncoming this slathering of Eldritch Fire of various colors. We have Firebark Elders coming in. They're actually very good against the Tzeentch Missile Corps because they just won't take very much of the fire damage at all. The Hounds of Blood Hunt coming in here. I don't know if these guys have magical damage now. You might want to actually throw the Hounds optimally against one of the Treekin or the Wraiths, as essentially they will dampen the magic effects, but I do understand charging into the Wilder Rangers just to rout them off here, especially since they basically traded with those blue horrors pretty quickly, but then pretty much died to the oncoming fire. So yeah, this is pretty rough if we're looking at about, what is it, yeah, 700 difference here in the value. The demons are surging ahead. They've pretty much clapped the front line of the Wood Elves. The Heralds coming in to get into the juicy box of Deepwood Scouts. Deepwood Scouts probably should have been kiting back. These guys kiting back as well. As soon as you see Cav or anything compromise your line, you always want to be running back, especially with Scouts that have fire while moving and, you know, not horrible low speed. 38 is the worst. But you just don't want to take, like, charges frontal to the face from Cav here. Pink Horrors cleaning up the Glade Guard, but yeah, I mean, this is a pretty significant differential in value. We're seeing the Hellforged Host, even though they are fired in magic damage. Well, fire damage is being negated because of Treekin, but then their magic damage is getting through the physical resist of the Treekin too, so it's kind of a 50-50 here. Oh, this isn't the Firebark Elders, this is regular, so then the Hellforged Host will deal double damage, essentially, right? Which is interesting. I feel like the Firebark Elders are a very good pick in here, but I think regular Treekin are very rough due to this interaction here with the Tzeentchian fire units, and also, I mean, I guess if you run into a Bloodletter or so, right? Or even Blood Crushers of fire damage, so yeah, gross stuff. Or do Blood Crushers? No, they don't. Interesting. Weird, the normal ones don't, but the ROR does. Strange. Okay. They both have flaming swords. It's kind of like a Tyrion. Tyrion, for some reason, has a flaming sword, but he doesn't have magic or, like, fire damage. Doesn't really make sense, you know. But it is what it is. Dragon, you know, unfortunately trying her best to stop these pink horrors from doing what they will, but pink horror is going to do what they do, man. And I do kind of wish, like, that actually, like, pink horrors worked how they're supposed to, and they, like, when they died, like, two blue horrors would appear, or at least a blue horror unit would appear. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not really a feature in this game. But I guess you'd have to nerf them, kind of, because getting a free, like, blue horror unit would be absolutely disgusting in this particular game. Oh, god damn it. Boys. Oh. The blocker's up. No. Okay, well. Oh. Yeah. 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 God damn. That's. Oh. I did it. Yeah, well, okay, well, you saw half the battle. Whatever. you saw half of it. Essentially, like, you know, the Wood Elves just got crumped. They had a pretty, like, unfortunate army composition to run into Demons, and the fire from the blue horrors and pink horrors just kind of melted the rest of these lads. And the Firebark Elders pulled through pretty well, but the rest of the army got pretty melted on the upcoming charge, basically. Like, the Wildwood Rangers just got shot down, gunned down, before they even reached the blue horrors, really, and then, you know, the Cav was able to circle around and do gross stuff, and now they're just circle beating them like the trees that they are. The March of the Ents did not happen today, boys. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that pretty much wraps it up. That will be the game. And we just have some more rangers and stuff, and you can prolong it. You know, I wouldn't. I mean, it's very much game over. I would admit, but yeah, the I think it was just maybe a knowledge thing, to be honest, because like the Wildwood Rangers, I just don't think are very good. Like, here's the thing about Demons. They don't have a lot of armor, right? So, you don't really need these guys, per se, unless you are trying to single out, like, Blood Crushers. But if you were trying to single out Cav, I would very much advise using Stag Knights. Stag Knights are disgusting. They're very good. And, yeah, they just, they have AP very fast, high mass, high whatever. Okay. God, I hate when that thing just forces you to leave. Great polished game. No, but yeah, I'll go save that game in the files here. Just Wood Elves versus Demons of Chaos. Nice. But yeah, let's see. 1300. This guy dodged a bunch of shots at the beginning, which is kind of cool. Very interesting stuff. And then, yeah, these guys just got a lot of decent value for each of them. Like, collectively, they were able to shoot down, like, basically all these guys to make them get, like, no value. So, yeah. I would advise not bringing Wilder Rangers. I'd probably not bring Treekin. I'd think about bringing Stag Knights, and then if you do want to go shooty, I don't know if you need to invest heavily with, like, Deepwood Scouts. I would say the Starfire Shafts are a better option because of their magic damage, and a lot of the demons have physical resist, so you're not really needing to account for armor as much as you want to negate that 20% physical resist, I would say. But GG. Fun little scrap there, even though you probably only saw half of it because I was being a tool. Very nice stuff. This request, there. All right, Grizzly Fox sent me their second game here. So we're gonna download that real quick. Zotes would have been nice as well. Way too much AP in both builds, in my opinion. The Hellforged Host isn't needed. Yeah, Hellforged Host definitely, I would say, is unnecessary. There's a lot of heavy hitters. I really don't think you need that type of cav for demons either. Like, it is a lot of like a lot of money for Cav that like if they do bring AP missiles, right, that you might just get shot down per se. So yeah, there's an inoptimal stuff going on there for sure. Let's look at the replays. There we go. Whoopsie doopsie. Okay, so while we're waiting for round 3, we will watch Grizzly Fox versus Guy. This will be the Bretonnians versus the Cathayans. Ooh. Grand Cathay. I do like Grand Cathay, like, as a concept, right? I think they're pretty cool. I don't love their play style, but I don't hate it, I guess. I'm just not always in the mood to play like boxy kind of sit on my butt type play styles. And you can play like variations, obviously, and not always go box, but I feel like most would agree that their most optimal is sitting in a little cage, a doom cage of missiles and artillery, and just cost-effective like infantry and stuff. Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay. So, for the Bretonnians HQ, we have the Frey Enchantress on foot. Very nice. Floating as she does. Very cool. She's got the Favor of the Fae, Chalice of Potions, Regrowth, and Earthblood, along with Life Bloom passive, and, Mist of the Lady, very gross stuff, etc., etc. But not cetera. Then we have Henry Le Massif. I see him a lot. He's a pretty cool hero. I respect the legendary hero picks here. Charmed Shield, so that's actually a pretty good little ability there, plus 20% ward save, very good. And then we have a Grell Relic, the classic Boyo. 2 of them, very nice. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Knights of the Realm, along with a Companions of Quenelles. I don't know if Grail Knights were banned or not, but if they're not banned, then I definitely would recommend bringing Grail Knights. There's one. They're super gross, super busted right now. So if you want to reign supreme with Grail Knights, I definitely recommend using them now while they're still broken. Battle Pilgrims, we have 4 of those. Yep. We have 4 men-at-arms, or 3 men-at-arms, and then a peasant in the backfield. And that'll round out the good old Bretonnian build for the box of the Grand Campers. We have Meow, just the Storm Dragon of the Celestial Pantheon. Transformation of the Dragon, Wrath of Storm, actually very good for late game like uses. If you're going up against terror causing stuff, so if Lewin was here, right, it would actually be pretty useful because you can give your peasants psychology. And then Regrowth and Earthblood's very good, and Talons of the Night. She just has a very gross spell selection here. It's very nasty. Very nasty stuff. Disdain of the Dragons, blah blah blah. All of her passive goodies here. Power Yin, some passive stuff. So, we have the Green Guardian with the Missile Reflection. No missiles for the Bretonnians, which is a very strange sight to see, to be honest. But, I mean, in this matchup, maybe it's not the worst. Maybe just go full rush. Cav rush might be the way. We have 4 Jade Warriors Halberds, and then 1 Celestial Dragon Guard, the ROR, the Doom Dragons, who have Immune Psychology, and Courage, all that good stuff, Spell Resist. Then 2 Jade Warriors. It's kind of interesting how one side has Jade Warriors Halberds, one side doesn't. Okay, and here's the lancing charge of the Grail Knights coming in. This is where things get dangerous. This is the only unit you really have to focus on at any point in the game. You try to get models off these guys as much as humanly possible, bog them down. I mean, do you see how they just wraith through everything like a scythe through butter? Like, just so much over. They're smashing through all these poor mortal Cathayans compared to the godly Grail Knights, beings of true power here. But more Lance Cavalry charging into the back. They definitely don't have as much. Ooh, here's a nice Talons of the Night. If this isn't careful. Ooh, that's going to catch a lot of those Knights of the Realm. A little bit of those men-at-arms here, but yeah, it was a good catch for some of the cav. A lot of the cavs trying to retreat now and going through it, so that's pretty heinous situation, actually. That was a very good catch by the Miao Yang there. And, yeah, the front line of the Cathayans are holding pretty well. The Grail Knights managed to, let's see, where are the Grail Knights? Are they alive? Grail Knights, 30 out of 48, so they can still be used pretty effectively here. Just got to be careful and just continually cycle charge this front line, stay away, and get to the Jade Warrior crossbows as well. Stay away from the Green Guardian as much as possible, and try not to drag yourself through Jade Warrior Halberds, but honestly, those Grail Guardians would have, or not Grail Guardians, Grail Knights would have a fun time right in this section, just so... Yeah, very good stuff. Right now, though, it is going in favor of, I would say, let's see, Cathay. You basically don't have much of a front line that can actually contend in the long run with a lot of these guys, and if your Grail Knights aren't yet making up for it by obliterating the crossbowmen and then eventually getting into the rears of these guys while you still have peasants as an anvil, you're going to be in trouble here. How can I play? You just have to sign up on, so if you look at the description, there's a website called the Total Tavern, which is run by Turin, who's one of the bigger tournament hosts of Total Warhammer stuff in general. And we have new player tournaments probably every weekend for this particular mode. This mode is, I would say, friendly to new players because you don't really need to know a lot of rules. Domination mode also is another mode that isn't very rule-heavy. Land Battle traditional mode I really like as a format, and I think it's very, very fun and enjoyable. It does have a rule book, a set of rules that you need to be aware of. So if you're getting into that, just be aware that you have to read stuff and be conscientious of that. But otherwise, these new player tournaments are being hosted every weekend, and there's some new player for just traditional Land Battle and Dom tournaments as well. Okay, so the Vane Changes, trying to come back and actually, stop the Green Giant from capping here, because the Cathayans look like they're about to take over the points, but not quite. Or actually, I think the Fae was just contesting. There we go, and the Grail Knights are contesting as well. So as you can see, the point shouldn't really come into play unless something, the game gets dragged on super long. But it looks like Cathay has wrapped up a majority of the fight here. We're just waiting to see if this cav can actually turn around and do stuff. But a lot of the hammer, or not the hammer, a lot of the anvil for these knights is slowly dwindling. The battle pilgrims and the men-at-arms are slowly dying out. And yeah, so that's what I recommend. And then there's a Discord that I linked in there that is for turns. My Discord link might not work because mine's super haggard and old, but turns should. So you should be able to join. Ooh, this is a good Towns of the Night. Holy crap. So she transforms into dragon form, started attacking Henry, and then oh, gross. Oh my god, the magical dragon claws from the earth just absolutely obliterating those knights. You'd love to see it. There's a great play. The Cathayan leader actually routes after this, though. This is huge. You really didn't need to be isolated, to be honest. I don't think you need to worry about the cap point at this point in time. You have 700. So, I mean, knowledge. I don't know if you knew that, but you had quite a bit of time, even if they continued to capture the point for a while more. But it is good to be conscientious of this thing, but maybe not to the detriment of your lord, who looks like she's going to be, just destroyed by Henry from a rear attack. So now the Cathayans are in trouble here, because their lord is dead, so a lot of the balance of power is kind of out of the way. Balance power doesn't actually affect anything in this game mode, but in terms of your leadership for your units, having your lord recently dying is not a good thing. The God, the Green Giant, the Green Guardian is about to die as well. So this late game where, you know, like honestly, a lot of these Jade Warriors and, you know, what is it, Halberdmen would be absolutely fine as long as they had some like healing from Meow and the support of Meow. Now that she's gone, or they're in a lot of trouble. And this is almost an Uno reverse card, like no scope 360 moment. The Bretonnians really were kind of on the edge, in my opinion, because they needed to break that box pretty efficiently. And as long as the Green Giant and Meow stayed in that box, I thought it was going to be pretty rough for them, to be honest. But somehow the fight got migrated out here with the Fae and Meow getting isolated, and that was just rough. So Knights of the Realm charging back in. A lot of the infantry now isolated. And yeah, that ends in a victory for the Bretonnians. GG. Wow. Well, let's see our Discord here. Okay. On to round 3, 122. Okay, so hopefully no one started their game 3 yet, but I would imagine that that would be the case, just because we took a little time watching that other one. So let's see here. Aha. Because we can watch the third of ghouls here. Alright. So, let's get our thingy up. Get the thingy up. And make sure that I take it off once the game starts. Sorry about that one game, guys. That was tragic. Oh, the blocker for the entire time is so bad. But I didn't look at chat at all because I was invested in the game, in the action. Tragic. Tragic. But, yeah. So, we're going to be seeing, looks like Wars of Chaos versus Beastmen. Very cool stuff. If you guys can hear that noise, let me know so I can possibly have it be turned off for a little bit. But actually, I think that's just my fans, so there we go. My fans. Okay, looks like we're starting off. Oh no, that is a vacuum. Never mind. Yeah, so let me know if you can hear the vacuum. I'll be able to probably have it be turned down or at least aimed away from my door for a second here. But it looks like we have a scrappy match of Archie versus Torox. Gonna be good stuff. I'll be right back. My apologies, I'm back. Let's take a look at these armies. Looks like the Beastman player is set up first, so we will go over there. Let's get these controls under control. Come on now. Yes. Okay. We have the brass body on the Torox, and that's about it. That's pretty much your minimal kit. The good old skinny Torox, the naked Torox. And we have the Bray Shaman, just with Traderkin. Very good damage spell. And it looks like he's on foot for a minimalistic kit as well. We have 3 Bestigors, 2 Ungor Spearmen herd. We have 3 Ungor Raiders kind of on the sides here. And then we have some monstrous infantry in the back. We have the Butchers of Kalensgard, very cool. The actual cow lads of the Beastmen army, very good with their regeneration as well. 2 Minotaurs with great weapons, it seems, and then 1 Chaos Spawn. 4 Archie and the Mortal Warriors of Chaos. He has the HQ of pretty decently kitted out Archie. Relatively, yeah. He has the Fight or Die, interesting choice. We got the Slayer of Kings, Burning Head, and Spirit Leech. So I personally would go the thing that gives your stuff immune to psychology instead of the Fight or Die. I think that's just a better bang for your buck. But otherwise, I like the kit that he brought for the Archibald. We have 1 other single entity, and it is just the Chaos Feral Manticore prowling around outside. And then we have a mobile core of Marauder Horsemen, just 2 of the regular ones with Javs. And then the good old Chaos Warhounds with poison. All 4 of them have poison. Wow. Very nerdly of you. We have Marauders. We have 2 Marauders. 3 Marauders. 4 Marauders. 1 with great weapons. 1 regular. 1 of the Slanesh with Hell Scourges. Another regular. Another great weapon. Chaos Halberds. 2 Chaos Halberds. No, 1 Marauder Siege Spears. This is just a amalgamation of different Marauders from like different gods. It's hilarious. And then Severed Claw is actually a very good unit of the Aspiring Champs. Very good. Chaos Spawn and Bestigor Herd will absolutely obliterate Marauders. It may take just a few seconds here, but they will absolutely trounce them. It's going to be a hideous affair for them. Seventh Claw will be good support, but we definitely need those Chosen Halberds to saturate them so they don't take as much frontal damage since they're a low model count unit. We have the Minotaurs of Grey Weapons and Kalkengard trying to assist this mobile fight. This absolute, just unholy blob of Chaos Warhounds. I would not recommend using these guys like this. Oh god, these guys do have some splash stack, I believe, and they are just absolutely pounding the crap out of these guys. Not what you want to see. You definitely want to get them onto the Ungor Raiders. I mean, you can get them onto the Spears too. They'll do good versus the Spears, but this front line is just getting crumped. Very, very good. The Bestigors and Chaos Spawn and Minotaurs are just going to absolutely jump all over these Marauders. You know, the Chaos with Halberds, the Chaos Warriors with Halberds will do pretty good, but they'll get chopped down by the Bestigors before they'll do good damage to those Spawn or the Minotaurs. So unfortunately, this was a very mismatch in terms of armies here. You definitely want to go bashy if you're going Warriors of Chaos. Their archetype, I would say, is a rush faction. You can play them a little bit not rush, but in this current kind of meta, yeah, they are a bashy and smashy faction. You want to try to go heads up with people with some skirmish utility and some mobility to try to compromise others' skirmish that is usually kind of superior to yours. And you have some options for sure. Going up against Minotaurs with Grey Weapons is rough because they are one of the better units for that. For their class, Monstrous Infantry. These do very good and are very kind of cheap. So they're a toughie to crack. Chaos Warhounds are actually like running into the backs of these butchers, but then they turn around and start smacking them. Ungor Raiders kind of dancing around trying to find a home. Marauders still alive somehow. Torok's bowling some of them over. The Marauders of Zeech Spearmen are going to try to poke him in the butt. And honestly, like, Severed Claw plus some of these Halberds are doing a lot of work versus these Chaos Spawn. And surprisingly, the Bestigor, I guess the Manticore is helping out in that front. But the Ungor's shooting around, and actually, you can see that the Chaos are ahead on value, surprisingly, which is really, really surprising to me. Because a lot of these Bestigor and Minotaurs and stuff got very good engagements, just crumping those Marauders basically for free, you know. But now that he's kind of in the back line, some of the Blob O Chaos Warhound has survived somewhat, or maybe not survived is the best word, but there's remnants of it, and the Marauder Horsemen are still online. It is kind of a pock-marked battlefield here of different areas where the Beastmen are winning, and then some areas where the Chaos is stabilizing, but it is very surprising that they're ahead on value, and I feel like they're losing a lot of these engagements. Especially once, you know, some of these Minotaurs and stuff comes in. But I will say, Archie by himself is no joke. He can pop Slayer of Kings, he can do a bunch of different options here. Well, if he had the other items, he could have popped, like, this melee defense buff that's very good, and some other stuff. But he does still have Slayer of Kings, which will put his weapon strength up to, like, 1,000 and be able to, like, mollywop most things, including Torox, in the matter of seconds. But Torox got some good rear charge attacks, and Archie's still trying to run away. This would be a crucial mistake as well. Ooh, pushes him. Kind of misses the attack, though. But he did get a nice axe swing previously. Minotaurs with great weapons. Yeah. Torox jumping into chasing Archaon around, and really it's just the kind of bundle of Minotaurs and Vestigores that are important alive. The Marauders and Marauder Horsemen, I just don't know what's on the field for Chaos that is of value here, aside from Archaon, who is, yes, very expensive. So it's like, maybe he's, I don't know. I just don't know how how Beastmen have not accrued more value over this game. It's very confusing to me. This is 7 Claw. I've done a lot here. Not 800 value. Maybe a Burning Head from Archaon did it. Let's see. Archaon got, yeah, 11. Okay, 100. Let's see. Horseman 900. Yeah, so it's spread out. Okay. But yeah, like, it seems very interesting. Like, Beastmen actually are slowly getting picked apart here. This is actually in danger close. I mean, Archaon's still a little spooky. I don't know. I would have turned around and probably hit Torox, get him surrounded by the 7 Claw, and then get a Slayer of Kings hit into Torox, but now he's surrounded by Vestigores. Ooh, Torox might want to get another attack in. Okay, misses because of Archaon's massive melee defense of 60. God, man, this is kind of a close game. This could be anybody's prize here. Marauder Horsemasters. Oh, this is a Horsemasters. Okay, so there's one Horsemaster. Yeah, these are both Horsemasters, so my bad. I thought they were just the Javelin kind, the generic ones. But that makes a lot of sense why they were able to crump some of the infantry that quickly here. 7 Claw being depleted here. I just think, though, that, like, the infantry core of the Chaos got destroyed a little too rough. Yeah, James, I'll get into your game in a second here, buddy, after this one, but right now Archaon is just Spirit Leeching and trying to run away, try to get as much value as possible here, but the cap is for the Beastmen, so if he does just kind of plod around and try to take his time spellcatting, he may or may not be able to clench out the victory that way. Due to basically at 14 minutes the timer will double unlock here and make it so the Beastman cap to double rate, make sure it ends quickly, and then you just kind of screen here. If I were the Beastman, if I'm worried about Archaon having more Spirit Leeches, I'd get Torox away and just try to screen with these guys. And then also, you want to pop the Brass Body if you see a fat Spirit Leech coming down on him as well. Or, more than likely, the Slayer of Kings. If that gets popped and you're too close to Archaon, I would definitely try. Okay, interesting. And there's the Concede. Okay, so... Okay. GG. So... Yeah, so I thought the Beastmen had that from the beginning, but it was a lot closer than I realized. Because what ended up happening is the Bestigors, not the greatest elite infantry, still pretty decent. They did chop through the. Um, okay, and so my observational skills, I might need a soda to like perk myself up here. Um, they were chosen, so no shit. The chosen are gonna beat up on Bestigors and stuff. These two definitely comboed out like pretty damn good. And they traded up into these Bestigors a lot, so that's probably where some of the value came from. Archaon Spirit Leeching all the time probably got some pretty good value, and the Horse Masters did very well for themselves, or decently well for themselves. You know, they paid for themselves. Manticore didn't do too great, but honestly, it was just I think if the Warhound play had been a little less blobby, so got some pretty good kills here. But you want to spread out. You want to move these guys around rather than try to blob them through. And I know it's it's a micro tax thing. It's hard, but you want to try to get each one of these spread out so you can try to attack these skirmishers from all angles and get them done. And then you can start rear charging infantry and killing off these Ungor spearmen if you need to. Um, but yeah, it was just a very isolated engagement when you had the Bestigors and the Minotaurs attack these marauders because your chosen and your severed claw were kind of lagging behind, unfortunately. So GG. That was a very good close one though. You guys put up a very good scrap, and you fought to the very end. Borgash, very good job. Okay, James. So your game with where Grand Cathay versus Bretonnia. I think you had that in the bag, man. You had that in the bag for like a very long time, and then what ended up happening is I think you got scared of the point, or maybe you got like lulled into a false sense of security by chasing the Fey Enchantress with Miao Yang, and basically you got outside of your zone of safety. Hello, Seaguys, how you doing, man? Um, you basically got out of your zone of safety, and Meow got isolated by a bunch of Grail Knights and Henry and stuff. So if she had just stayed in her box and maybe turned into a dragon and started like terror routing stuff here and there, along with the green giant guy, and you definitely want to be proccing those heals when she's in mortal form, right? Like especially when those Grail Knights are coming in. But yeah, if you just stay in the box because Cathay is all about, harmony and like getting bonuses, but more so like that blob kind of protected you from getting isolated like that, and just kind of getting all this focused damage. So I think you played very well. You just kind of left Meow out to die at the end, unfortunately, but you had a very good shot there. Had a very good shot. So I'm not sure if we have semis and finals here. Ranger Fog versus Grizzly Fox round 3. Okay. Okay. So, let's take a look at some of these. Another round 3 here. Let's look at the thing here. See if okay. It looks like everybody has been okay. Okay, so it looks like this and the finals are best of 3. Okay, so then this tournament is going to be a bit longer. Um, so I'm gonna go get some soda and some stuff real quick. And we'll probably unless we're waiting on I'll find your opponent here. Okay. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So let's look for any open stuff. If we can't find open stuff for a little bit, we will go ahead and play some of the other round 3 games in the meantime. But I'm gonna go get a sip of water and then get some soda so I can get my sugar high going. get my brain activated. Alrighty, I'll be right back. And then until then, we'll just put a, I don't know, what do you guys want? Let's see, a, good, just random, like, screen blocker thing. Not a screen blocker, but something to entertain you. We'll put this like cool kind of 40k chaos thing. Or no, actually, here I have one better. Hold on. Since Arcan was in the last game, let's see here. Oh, maybe it's in just the art section here. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we'll go like that. And yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back here. Alright, let's see, I believe, let's see, if ghouls, let's see, ghouls, are you, let's see, if they can open spec, I believe, if the ghoul game can open spec, we'll get a semi-final series started. If not, if he ends up playing before he opens the spec, we can go and view a, okay, excellent, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so, we will go and get a new screen blocker here. One that can actually hide the, armies. Let's get another Archaon one, shall we? There we go. Because that was a pretty good Archaon game. I like Archaon as a lord to choose. He's a pretty good one. We're doing it. Oh yeah, we're doing it, boys. We're doing it bigly. In the big leagues now. But yeah, we are seeing, I think, if these first factions are to be trusted, Bretonnia versus Beastmen, but we'll see. They may change. They just entered the lobby, so can't wait for some terrible plays. Oh yeah. We're gonna see some ridiculous armies. Love the new player tournaments. Love it. You get to see some wild shit that you never would see in like competitive, you know. You just see like just the same shit over and over because everybody's kind of figured out like a meta at one point or another. So it's always interesting when you see noobs, and I feel like, you know, like noobs or newer players in general, like sometimes will bring a lot of fresh takes that like end up being useful once they get better at the game. You know, they can see some stuff that like other vets haven't, and then, you know, a lot of the time it's just, you know, lack of experience and, you know, knowledge of the game. But both things can be equally entertaining if they're actually onto something or not. So very good stuff. Had something called a Monte Cristo sandwich today, guys. You guys know what that is? It's pretty wild. I don't know if you'll know. I don't know if you could even guess. Yeah, exactly. Like I think like sometimes noobs have like some like honestly like galaxy brain level like strats sometimes, but they just have no clue how to implement it. So it would just be like, yeah, I definitely know the feeling. Like I remember the days when I just believed that I could make like you know, Doom Divers work in every situation, and then turned out not so much. All right, looks like it's Zinch and Lizardmen. Very cool. Very cool. Um, yeah, Zinch vs. Lizardmen is an interesting one. That's one. That's one I don't see crazy often either. I feel like. I mean, I haven't been playing a bunch recently or watching, but I still I feel like I have very little seen this matchup. I don't know who it favors particularly more. I mean, so blue fire like is gross, but I don't know how it'd fare against like lizard mass and healing and stuff. Like I think lizards, if they bring the right build, can just heal through it. And Zinch, if they bring the right build, can just like crump. They have tools for the chaff and for the large stuff of lizards. It's just that like I feel like they're more reliably gonna be able to kill the skinks and then try to go for the dinos later. So I feel like you definitely have to go like skink murder. You know, use blue horrors and oops, use blue horrors and some other stuff to try to clear that chaff before you go in for the alpha strike. Yeah, like I think another thing that's underrated is like you know, flamers. Flamers actually are AP, so flamers can actually like now flamers are very hard to get to work in a lot of matchups, but they might actually be worthwhile in this one due to the fact that they can actually probably DPS dinos down pretty well. But yeah, it's like gonna be mainly like you want to see skirmish elements, you want to see blue fires, you want to see single entities probably, uh, and then you know from the dinos you just want to probably push the advantage of having big stompy armored menaces that can mulch through most of the meat and potatoes of a Zinch army, but they do got to worry about like you know severed claw, some other stuff, or just like you know good like good, just anti-large stuff. And I mean, really, like, you know, it's hard though as like infantry against dinos, because dinos can waddle away if done properly a lot of the time, you know, unless they get really stuck in. Really stuck. The big stuck. But yeah, Lizardmen have a lot more tools, I would say, at their disposal than Tzeentch does at the moment. I think Tzeentch, along with all the rest of the Chaos factions, or the Mono God factions, kind of have slight holes in their roster that some are like probably going to get filled eventually, and others maybe not filled but made up for in other ways down the line. So we'll just have to see what that holds for our in the DLC gods, you know, because that can change a lot about a faction over the course of a game's lifetime. I'm really hoping it changes stuff for Slaanesh. Isn't Slaanesh both bad in Dom and Land Battle now? Like, Slaanesh is probably I feel like one of the worst factions across the board, I would say. And then, you know, Tzeentch isn't bad. Khorne is, Khorne's like usable, I think, in some situations. It seems like they're not doing great in Dom either. I mean, it's hard to balance a faction with no magic. You know, dwarves, prime example. Not like they've had like some horrible track record of balance, but it's just hard to get it right because they don't work like the rest of the factions. Yeah. Alright, boys. I'm never gonna rush you here, but we do have a best of 3 to get to, so excellent. Okay, there we go. I was like, alright here. Let's just get going, boys. Let's just get going. The best of 3s, the best of 3s. Alright, let's get that thing removed, shall we? Bop. There we go. Okay. So this is a wild... Whoa. Okay. Let's see what Mazdamundi's... If Mazdamundi's on Zlok, this is going to be an interesting game. If he isn't on Zlok, I feel like the lizards are actually genuinely in trouble here. Feel like they might be in a little bit of a pickle. But who am I to say? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, let's look at, let's see if we can do the Tzeentch one first. I guess we'll go change our... There we go. We have an HQ of just the Exalted Lord Change. He's got the Portal Glyph to summon the Furies, Infernal Gateway, and Blue Fire of Tzeentch. Of course, with Greater Arcane Conduit, and all the accoutrements of a glorious Greater Demon here. We have one Chosen of Tzeentch with Halberds. We have the Severed Claw. We have one Chaos Warrior, 2 Marauders, and then 3 Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, one of them being the Chromatic Abominations, seen previously with their good old Barrier Boost. And then the 300... Oh, 60 missile block. I didn't realize that was a thing. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I think that's the only unit with that attribute. Then we have Spawn of Tzeentch, 2 Screamers, and Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. For the Lizards, we do have Mazdamundi on Zlok as the HQ. Oh yeah, baby, with his waddling toad boys. The Quaddles making everything invisible here. Very cool idea, very cool stuff. And we have Cold-Blooded, Shield of the Old Ones, Banishment, Ruination of Cities, Apotheosis, and Common Cassandora. Wow, okay, there we go, nice. On the good old Mazdamundi. What do we have as the bounce spells again? We have Uranus Thunderbolt and Lesser Chain Lightning, very nice. Then we have Barona's Time Warp on the ROR Spirit of Topek with a 2-bound Earthbloods. Very good stuff. And then the good old Master of Sacred Places, of course. We have a very staple unit of the Lizardmen, Colossadon Hunters. These guys are very good, okay? They will shred the Screamers of Zines. There's 2 Screamers of Zines, so you gotta be careful, but honestly, with Mazdamundi's healing and maybe the support of the Quaddles, this is gonna be a very testy air engagement for both parties. With Blue Fire popping off on the Quaddle, didn't seem like it landed too well there. It has resistance of 25% and a spell resist of 50%, so resisting 40% of that is pretty dang good. Definitely try to focus and take models off those Colossadon Hunters if I were him, or just start pinging away at Lord Mazdamundi. Lord Mazdamundi is going to be one of the biggest threats here. The Source Warriors are going to be a problem, but they actually will probably get ground down by a combination of the Chosen and Spawn. Those 2 can mulch through probably like a few Source Warriors here. Oh, and the engagement begins in haste, quickly with haste. The Screamers smashing into the Colossadon Hunters, the summoned Furies from the Lord of Change here, running into the back of Colossadon, dealing some good damage over time. They're using the Shield the Old Ones to give him some ward saves there, and the Screamers are doing their best with their shield to blunt some of the initial damage. It looks like Colossadon Hunters are actually getting swarmed here. The Spirits of Topek and the other Quaddle are jumping in. The reformation of the Lizards to try to get isolate the rest of this army from this flight engagement. Not like they can really help aside from the Blue Horrors here. But it looks like Colossadon Hunters are getting saved, and actually this is a very bad trade if you do lose both of these Screamers. Even if you took down the Colossadon Hunters, who only unfortunately lost 3 models. They lost, with this much HP loss, it's very, very unfortunate they only lost 3 models. If they went down to 5, 4 models, that would have been a decent trade, because you effectively would have taken them out, but they can get healed now by the apotheosis of Lord Mazdamundi. Feral Cold Ones chasing stuff around. 3 of them, I believe, in the back line there. And yeah, these Source Warriors are just going to be slowly approaching up. Source Warriors will beat up the Marauders, obviously. And I think the Chaos Warriors beat... yeah, the Chaos Warriors beat Source Warriors for sure. But not with Mazdamundi trundling around. Trundling. Oh god, I have too much of turns like fucking goddamn isms in my mind when I play Total War. The Chromatic Abominations and Blue Horrors are raining down onto the Flyers here as the Swords clash up against the Marauders, who they will be winning against over time. They have a pretty high weapon strength, good melee defense and armor. But yeah, or good, they're okay melee defense, good just melee stats in general, yeah. And the Colossadon Hunters charging into the Chromatic Abominations. They are still pretty low. I would have liked to see an Apotheosis on them before they re-engage into combat here, because they are looking like they're going to die now, down to 5 models. Spirit of Topek, doing Spirit of Topek things. It looks like a Shield of the Old Ones granted to all the stuff here. Or at least for a little bit, they had the good old, ward save active. Lord of Change is kind of prowling around, not really feeling threatened by the Quaddles, now that the Colossadon Hunters are dealt with. If we look at the value, Tzeentch is quite ahead by quite a bit. Oh my god! These Severed Claw and Spawn of Tzeentch, combined with probably some Blue Fires, is absolutely dumpstering Lord Mazdamundi. Maybe it was the Focus Fire from the Blue Horrors. I did not see how low he went. Oh my lord. Mazdamundi, please, waddle away. Because that's going to be real rough if the Lizards are not able to recover from this. Ooh, a fat Blue Fire dealing a ton of damage to Lord Mazdamundi. And yeah, this is looking like it's going to be GG as soon as Mazdamundi dies here. He may come back if the bird isn't able to land some good hits, because the bird does only have 50 melee attack. But only the 32 melee defense, so it's very likely that this bird was able to get some good hits and rout off the Maz, or at least finish him off for good. Quaddles, doing quaddle things. The Maz the Mundi. Bing chewing. But, oh no, yeah, he's, yep. And Blue Fire sends the Salon teleporting away. And that, I think, is GG. Lesser Chain Lightning, though, going off in some Chosen. Very good stuff. Unfortunately, moves on to some of the Saurus Warriors here. Oh, so circles right into the Saurus Warriors. Oh, oh, no, oh, Jesus, that was rough. And, yeah, Vortex spells can be dangerous. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. But when you have a, for sure, stationary Vortex like this, yeah, it's a lot better. Especially when it's the Gate of Siege and deals a shit ton of damage like it does. So yeah, I think that's GG. I don't see the Lizards coming back here. You know, obviously the Saurus could have dealt with some of the Marauders, but really the Chosen plus the Second Claw are a huge problem. And because I don't think you dedicated enough to the Stompy, I think unfortunately the Quaddles are a bit of a meme. You know, I want them to be good. I want to love them. They shoot lightning breath. That's really dope. But they're just kind of underwhelming here. Their bound spells are good. Maybe you just take this one for the bound Earthblood, right? You get 2 Earthbloods out of that. Burns Time Warp as well. It's very good. But maybe not the second one. You definitely want to invest in maybe a Bastildon Rev Crystal. Maybe some other cost-effective dinos that can just kind of go through the blob of infantry here. And maybe even think about some anti-infantry options. You know, maybe not Croxagores, but let's see here. I mean, you could bring some of the missiles. You definitely want to try to deal with the blue horrors and stuff. Yeah, it was a really Chad Lizard build. The Lizard build was absolutely just a rock star build, but unfortunately, the Siege weren't playing no games. And, yeah, that Lord of Change is going to jump on this other bird. It's going to be a fight of the birds. Who will win? Zell's Chicken or KFC? No. McDonald's or Red Robin? But, no. Siege definitely has this in the bag, unfortunately. Although that Quaddle landed, like, a couple good hits on that Exalted Chain, surprisingly. So good for him. And the 2 Quaddles are going to be jumping him now. It's a trio of birds. The Birdening. I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie, I think it was Birds. It's just like the worst movie of all time. It has, like, for like a mainstream movie, it was like published with like these like PNG freaking like bird like graphics as like the CGI, and it was just notoriously one of the most horrible things ever. Alright, yeah, but that's pretty much wraps for that. There you go. Save battle. Nope, okay. Don't want to let me do it. Game, please. Alright, so 1600 for the Exalted Lord of Change. Pretty standard stuff there. Blue Fire is very gross. I think Tzeentch deserves like some buffs in some other areas of their roster, and then I do think Blue Fire should be nerfed a little bit. Maybe either take away the immense tracking of it, or maybe the AP of it, perhaps. But yeah, it's just a little gross. Severed Claw did their job. Severed Claw and Aspiring Champions in general are a very underrated unit. Very good stuff. Very good stuff indeed. Yeah, Chosen Tzeentch did their job as well. These 2 units were going to carry the frontline engagement unless, you know, they're basically Lizards would have to cycle charge with Pharaoh Cold ones and do a bunch of. They would have had to win a bunch of other engagements pretty decisively in order to deal with these 2 Chosen, or mini Chosen and then Chosen, and then yeah, I mean the rest of the Blue Horrors did very well for themselves, right? They were able to just kind of just chunk stuff down, and if there was skinks, Blue Horrors are very good at taking out skinks. Screamers. They didn't pay for themselves, but they at least killed got the Colossadon hunters very low, and then because they didn't get the heal when they ran in, they actually did die, unfortunately. And yeah, so it was a GG. These guys were throwing stuff the entire time, but I didn't notice them too much, to be honest, in the crucial engagements. So there you are. There you are. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's get our blocker of the gods up here. Blocker of the gods. Here. I'm gonna have a literal blocker of the gods. Hold on. Let's see here. What could we do? I think there's like a. I think there's like a Muppet one a while ago. Yeah, there you go. Here, let me shrink that down a little bit. Let me shrink it down a little bit. I want to get the whole. Yes, there we go. Excellent. The Muppets of Chaos. Ooh. Decent fact. Yeah, yeah, that was an interesting build. I think like if that had been more dino rushy, could have been a little tougher. But I mean also like going like real like kind of infantry smashy is not the worst here for the lizards. I think you can really crump their Zinja's infantry if you want to. Um, so I think there's just a lot of options for the lizards there. I think that's why I would still say they're advantaged. But I think in that particular build, with the good old quaddles are Mimi. They're not great here. You can, like the thing is like they keep stuff hidden and stocked or whatever under their cloak thing. And that's part of their like value. But it's really I feel like you're doing that um, if you want to like put up a fight, you're doing that only in like a situation where you think you're gonna get super uber duper sniped, and you'd like rather have someone shoot like artillery sniped. I mean, from like far distances, and you want to like make sure your lord and dinos are safe for the meantime, and you'd rather just have the Coatl, who has a 40% missile resist, take the brunt of the damage instead, right? Or not 40%. I think it says the spell resist. So if it's a spell missile, then yes, it takes very little damage. But if it's a regular missile, it does have 25% resist, and it is a kind of less important like unit. Like you don't need it super healthy, you just need it alive so you can use its bound spells, I would say. Mm. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see. I think it's this is kind of a cool one. Warriors of Chaos versus Demons of Chaos. That is that's pretty thematic actually. You know, Warriors. Warhammer like is the funniest thing about Warhammer is like more than likely with a majority of the races, not a majority, but like a good chunk of the races, they like fight each other just as much as they do like the rest of the world. And it's definitely more so like for like chaos as well because they're divided into four like fanatical factions who all like some of them hate each other more than others. I think it's like Slanet or Zinch hates is it Zinch hates Nurgle? Or is it Korn hates Zinch? No, I'm forgetting. My lore is failing me. My lore. But I think Korn hates Slanesh the most, if I remember. And then like Zinch hates Nurgle because Nurgle doesn't want anything to change. It kind of does everything in its power to like keep it from changing, and then Zinch is all about change. And like Korn's all about like honor and like fighting like most brutally and just like straightforward you can. And then Slanesh is all about just like trickery and like underhandedness. And just using like any form but like what you think to like deceive and kill you. I could be wrong though. I'm pretty sure those are the like two rivalries within the pantheon, but essentially long-windedly like all the mortals like will constantly be clashing with like demons and other like chaos like war bands or whatever. So, you know, theme, brother, theme. And then I think Archaon when he did his like trials of whatever his missions for all his cool artifacts and shit so he can become the Ever-Chosen, he had to like fight like a goddamn demon or like through a demon horde every time. You're just a goddamn demon. Yeah. They're very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Mm. Okay. Alright, alright. Who will win, the mortals or the demons? The cultists or the very entities they worship themselves? This is a very interesting matchup. I don't think you see this very often in competitive. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember seeing this that often. That being said, I've loved the lack of elves in this particular tournament. Absolutely enjoying that. Man, very loud stuff today, unfortunately, but it just is what it is. Yeah. Let me see if my window's open. I don't think it is, but just in case it is, I will close it. But, you know, I will do what I can. If there's a lawn mowing happening, there's lawn mowing going on. That's just what it is. Alright, unfortunately the window is already closed, so I can't get it really lower than that. I don't know if you hear it, but if you do, my apologies. Let's go ahead and get the screen blocker out of here. So, one of the newer changes to demons that actually make them relatively, kind of potent here is that, mic a little closer, is that they have access to all the exalted and heralds from all the 4 demon races, which they probably should have had from the beginning, but is a very good choice in terms of giving them more variety and play options here, which always helps a faction. A majority of the time will greatly help a faction here. Let's the controls, get them like right there. Bam. Okay. So, looking at the Borgash, we have Chaos, led by Archie. Archie has Fight or Die, Slayer of Kings, and Searing Doom, plus the Burning Head and Spirit Leech. And not the Crown of Morcar, or the Armor of Morcar, or his Crown of Things Domination? Crown Domination? Not sure. His crown that gives immune to psychology. I usually think you bring that just as a full kit, but I mean, maybe you want to save for something else. So there you go. Okay, we have 3 Chaos Warhounds. His blob, per usual. Very nice. 2 Marauder Horsemen. Okay, just Marauder Horsemen this time, not Horse Masters, thank God. 2 Chaos Trolls. We have 1 Marauder and 3 Aspiring Champions. Very good stuff. Aspiring Champions are very strong indeed. They're definitely underrated as fuck, I would say. And then we have the Mirror Guard. The good old Chaos Warriors of Slanesh Regiment of Renown, who are immune to psychology and just overall pretty gross. They have Supreme Vanity. So if a Lord or Hero's in there, they get some extra melee defense. Kind of actually really good if you bring Siggy, to be honest. Can be pretty good stuff. Okay. Chaos Trolls, moving up, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what the Demon Horde has for us. Wow, this is cool. So we have an Exalted, a Great Unclean One, kitted out with Rancid, with Fleshy Button. So those are the 2 best you can do. And the Blight Swarm. Okay, very cool, very cool. And then all of his other goodies. We have the Marquis of Masochism here. God, my English. And it comes with a bound spell of Phantasmagoria and Enfeebling Foe. Very good. Devastating Flanker. Feasting on Fear. Very good stuff. And Anti-Large. Not Anti-Large. Okay, just regular. But pretty cool stuff indeed. We have 4 Blue Horrors, kind of per usual, with the Chromatic Abominations. I'd actually keep these guys in the back because they have a lot of ammo and can be very useful here. Then we have 3 Plague Bearers. Okay, with a Festering Stooge's Exalted Plague Bearer with the little poop grenades here. And then we have Exalted Demonettes. Very heavy on the infantry, but it tends to be what demons rock with if they need to go heavy hitting. As these Exalted Demons can actually be some of the most potent things on their roster at the moment. The Blue Horrors are kind of retreating here, and a absolutely gross Burning Head is going to go off, but unfortunately veers way off to the side for Archie and the boys there, and misses the Plague Bearers. Even if, you know, it were the case, the Plague Bearers were kind of spaced out, so they had some time, even with their slow asses, to get out of the way. Exalted Great Unclean One actually looks like he might charge and get an attack off. Whoosh. Gets a little bit of damage on Archie. A little bit of a hit there. And then some Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch throwing in some good Daka in his Exalted Great Unclean One. And with his big hitbox, he's going to be absorbing all that Javelin fire all day. These Blue Hordes of Tzeentch are returning the favor, though. Going to start melting the shield off of those Marauder Horses of Tzeentch. Great Exalted Unclean One chilling. And the Festering Stooges, doing Festering Stooge things, kind of running away from these Aspiring Champions, actually. We do have magic attacks, and Aspiring Champions will be exceptionally good against demons because of their magic attacks and their good DPS and tankiness in general. The Marquis just wandering around, kind of chilling here. We have some kind of bombardment, Searing Doom going down on the Exalted Demonettes, doing pretty good damage, even though they're not armored, and that's kind of what Searing Doom's for, but still, bombardment is a bombardment. The absolute blob of hounds terrorizing these Blue Horrors. Definitely, again, circle these guys around, because if these guys get like a volley into these like blob warhounds, for instance, right, can be so ugly, or like a spell or something, right? You definitely want to not blob as much as possible in the game in general, unless you're healing and you know your enemy can't really punish it. But yeah, okay, so the Warhounds finish off the Blue Horrors and probably going to come charging into the Festering Stooges, or perhaps some other target, maybe like the Plague Bearers over here. The Chromatic Abominations are chilling. The Exalt Demons managed to rout off the Trolls and might do a rear charge into the Mirror Guard. No, the Mirror Guard might actually end up winning against the Plague Bears. The Mirror Guard are pretty good ROR unit there. And the Plague Bears are tanky, so it'll take a while to die, but they'll probably lose. The Exalted Great Cleaner is getting hounded by these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. They're getting blobbed up against these Plague Bears. So I'd say for Borgash, for sure, as a player, you definitely need to work on some of the blobbing here, because you can see you're going to be taking a lot more extra damage than need be here. The Chaos Warhounds are poisoned, going to be taking some good damage from Blue Horrors, but they are going to be charging in. Phantasmagoria here. Good stuff, but we really need a blob Punisher here. If you have, I guess you would need, no, you don't have any blob Punishers. That's the thing. That's unfortunate. If you had some big flashy spell, you could have probably exploded all those units right there and gotten some pretty juicy value. Or done a Phantasmagoria here and done the kind of same thing. These guys throw their grenades into this blob, can be pretty ugly, but they actually get charged before they can, unfortunately for them. And now it's looking a little sketchy. Archie with his Spirit Leeches, and if he pops the sword, the Kingslayer, the Jaime Lannister here, he can definitely take down that Exalted Great and Clean One. The Marquis will be able to deal some pretty good damage, though. Pretty high attack and good weapon, armor piercing weapon strength there. Same with the Great and Clean One. So, left alone, these two are a threat to Archie and the rest of the army. It's just that the rest of the demons here are a little depleted. We have the Festering Stooges, obviously alive because they're tanky as hell, but they also have no mana. Yeah, well, the Aspiring Champions, I think, have done very well for themselves. In general, I wouldn't say they're like, I wouldn't pick like maybe 3 of them as a front line, but they also are like mini little Chosen, dude. They tank a shit ton of damage. I mean, these guys have not had healing at all, and they basically fought through like Plague Bearers. Let's see how much value they've gotten. Oh, that's the Chaos Warhounds. I don't know. Well, we can look at it after the game, but essentially, they're still around, and they've been pretty much in the melee grind the entire fight, so they're not the worst pick, especially because they have naturally occurring melee, or not melee, magic attacks, which surpasses all the demons' 20% physical resist. So it's not the worst benefit there. The Marquis and Great Exalted are in a bit of trouble. They're just way outmatched. The value's very skewed here, and it's going to be pretty hard for ghouls to come back from this one. There's just a lot of warriors on the board. Let's see. The Marauder Horsemen, Tzeentch's kind of big chillin'. Chaos Warhounds, Chaos Trolls, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Archie coming in to finish off the Exalted Great and Clean One, because he really doesn't have anywhere to run. I mean, he can kind of hang in here, but unfortunately, if spend his mana otherwise, you definitely want to save up for those fleshies. I don't know how many fleshies he was able to do there. Oh, okay. Can't do that one either. Let me save that one at least. Okay. Very good. So let's go the RC versus WOC. WOC. Okay. So, RT 1600, pretty good. 7 Claw, yeah, 800, not that great value, honestly, but, you know, they did their job. Let's see. And one of these guys got 1,000. That's pretty solid. 700, yeah, they did okay. You know, they did okay. But, I mean, here's the difference, though. Look at their health. They did all that without taking a scratch, you know, essentially. So that's where I think they become, like, useful, is that, like, especially if you're able to inundate them in, like, a Mirror Guard or maybe even Marauders or, you know, Chaos Warriors if you're going more expensive route. I feel like they can put in a lot of work. I feel like you might see a resurgence of them, to be honest. Hadri's over on Turn's channel was singing their praises as well, and I agree. I think they're pretty good. Um, Chaos Trolls. God, look at this is where the killer was though. These guys just rained hell down upon this exalted great unclean one, and the Chaos Warhounds were allowed to blob up and get up in the grill of the blue horrors. And yeah, it was just there's a lot of just unfortunate trades. The Marquis didn't have a lot of time to get some good value. Maybe the exalted great unclean one popped like a rancid visitations maybe on Archaon, because I will say 2 rancids and Archaon pretty much dies, but you do have to overcast the rancids and they're very expensive, so you have to be pretty careful there. If you're going for the nuke Archie strategy, you have to save up for it and you have to be prepared to kind of play the longer game, I would say. But yeah, this is a good match. Very bashy and crashy, and yeah, those Demonites didn't get a chance to either. I would have definitely rear charged those Mirror Guard and try to cut them down while you could have at that time. So GG and Borgash, it looks like we'll be moving on to the finals. Grizzly Fox. Semi-final first game. Awesome. Thanks. Oh yeah, so we'll either watch maybe a semi-final game from the Foxy here, or we will wait for the finals here, to be honest. Well, I mean, if we'll watch it if as long as we're waiting for the finals. There we go. Ooh. So yeah. Um hmm. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's see what the lobby shows us, or I guess it'll be Borg. We can just chill in here, and Borgash will come through. Um, while we wait, I'm gonna go stretch and do some stuff, and then if it isn't ready in a little bit, or actually, you know what? Let's go check and see if the other semifinals still going on. Oh, the lobbies, they're empty. Oops. Looks like Ghouls is just the only one here. So yeah, maybe they're on their second game or something. So we'll chill in here for now. I'll message him in Discord as well. See what's up. Whoever's you guys, or I'll just message them in the thing. Cool, cool. All right, very good, very good. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna set you up with that cool waiting screen again. While you guys will. Well, I'm gonna go stretch my old bones here. My old 23-year-old bones. All right. Yes. Let's go like right there, and then yeah, I guess something like that. I do like this thing. It looks pretty dope. Okay. I will be back. I'll be back. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Um... Yes, yes. Okay, it doesn't appear that the other semifinals is finished, but let me check on the thing. I guess I'll have to go to a different tournament here. There we go, top four. Okay, so yeah, we're still waiting on Grizzly Fox and Rainy Frog. So what we're gonna go do is watch their first semifinal game here. Bam. Let's grab Grizzlies thing. Oh. Put that. We'll just name it Semi One Game One. There we go. Okay. Let's go take a look-see at that. Okay, looks like Chaos versus Dark Elves. Alright, let's watch this replay. Get these guys out of here. Yeah, I think aspiring champions aren't like some like god tier unit or anything. I don't think they're amazing, but I mean, I don't think they're like ridiculous. I think they're pretty good though. I think they're very underrated as well. I think they have their uses, um, and they just don't get used that often, so you don't see them perform well a lot of time.
That's what the masters bid.
Okay, so for the HQ, oh god, I need to change mine. Right there. Okay. For the HQ of the Warriors, we have good old Siggy. Look at him. Look at this glorious man. He has Sliver Slash. He has, he should have the Auric Armor. There we go. And, yeah, the Paragon of XS too with his minus 5 melee attack around. We have the Tzeentch Sorcerer with the Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire of Tzeentch. Very gross. And his, Fires of Change, little passive there, which is just straight up the high magic passive, but better. Looks like the Knights of Immolation are getting shot by some Scourge Runners over here, but the Knights of Immolation are present as well. Some Marauder Horsemen moving up to go over there. And then we have, oh no, the Soul of Damnation. Well, it actually landed shots. These most of the, oh wow, good for the Soul of Damnation. Because whenever I use Hell Cannons on this patch, it's just booty. We have 4 Marauders? 3 Marauders, 3 Chaos Warriors, 1 Hellstrider Slanesh. These guys are not as good as they used to be. I would recommend taking the ones with whips now. But 2 Chaos Warhounds hiding in the shrubbery, and we'll start off with the Dark Elf roster. I got some hiding Dark Riders in the forest, but for the HQ, we got the Supreme Sorceress Supreme, not Stephen Strange, but Darkness. Soul Stealer, pretty typical, just the bare minimum for that good drain and pain. Then we have the line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bleak Swords, backed up by 3 Black Arc hand crossbows, and then 4 of them. Then some Cold One Dread Knights in the back. Siggy jumps right into the action, starts beating up some Bleak Swords that got shot with the Hell Cannon. You can see the Hell Cannon wreak some havoc on some of these Black Arc Corsairs in the back. Blue Fire going to harass the Supreme Sorceress. This guy has 105 speed, so he should be fine, but he should be really careful because the Sorceress is getting really next to him. Oh, you want to move? Oh, okay, you gotta run out of that situation before you get messed up, because that is not what you want. Though I will say some of the Dark Riders have suicided themselves onto the Hellstriders. The Knights of Immolation probably dropped little bombs, but they should drop bombs over here, possibly rear charge, or get into these hand crossbows. This guy needs to dodge. He's actually I'm surprised how little damage he's taken. 44 melee defense, I suppose. It's not the worst here. Taking another big shot, though. Should probably try to get out of there soon. On the right flank, the Chaos Warriors are actually doing pretty good. The Dark Riders did intercept some of the Chaos Warhounds, but they have a lot of troops over here, Chaos Warriors and Marauders. You do want these Warriors kind of into the Black Arc Corsairs before they get too much value off their hand bows. You want to eliminate that as much as possible. These guys are probably going to drop their little bomb, I would hope. Do it. Do it. Do it. Drop your bomb. Do it. Okay, maybe they haven't timed it quite right. But these guys are getting shot up, and I would definitely recommend dropping the bomb or trying to go fight these guys. Ooh, that looked like a spell cancel, unfortunately. I don't know where the guy is. There he is. There is the Vortex, but they actually managed to... Oh, they got out a little bit. So not going to take as much damage as they would have, but they're still going to take some here. Another Blue Fire popping off into Supreme Sorceress of Dark, whittling her HP down, and I would imagine the Marauder Horsemen, after harassing these big swords, want to do that. These two guys definitely want to stop hiding and come just crump the isolated Bleak Swords over here. Chaos Warriors definitely want to turn around and fight the Black Arc Corsairs. They will probably win that, even though they are a little depleted at the moment. Scourge Runners are shooting up this Chaos Sorcerer's Inch, who somehow survived that early engagement with the Dragon Lord. But he's chugging along here with his shield and 105 disc here. The Black Arc Corsairs kind of kiting backward, dealing some decent damage to these Knights of Immolation, who have just taken a pounding from them all game. But they do have 120 armor and silver shield, so the non-AP missile strength of these handbows is not going to do a ton. But this Scale Sorcerer really needs to stop getting close to that dragon. Oh no, the drop door is... Oh god, this could be game-changing right here. He's going to terrify away, and he's pretty quick, so he should be able to get some distance from that dragon and hopefully come back. But yeah, the dragon is definitely one of the main things that's keeping the Dark Elves in this game at the moment, because the front lines are definitely favoring the Chaos Warriors at the moment. These... I don't know where those... where did those... Okay, the Hellstriders and Hounds went all the way over here, around here. Run the Chaos Warriors away from the Witch Elves, even though they are going to probably cast them with 44 speed. I'll just turn and fight them at that point. And then maybe run these Marauders up to help. We don't want to get them charged in the rear. With the Marauder Horsemen with axes, I actually wouldn't be spending too much of their ammo. I'd put them into melee and try to rear charge a bunch of stuff. Because you want to save those axes for the Dragon Lord. Because your Siege Caster is now gone. He routed off the field or died. And Siggy, although a beast, may not be able to hold out against the Supreme Sorceress, multiple Soul Stealers, and cycle charging from the dragon. Is it the final? Yeah, this is the semi-final. Yeah, thank you for clarifying, RB. It is close to the final, yes. But I think we still have another set of players playing one, either the second or the final game of this series. We might go back and watch this, but honestly, just because of the time that I have and the length of the stream, I think we might go ahead and just go to the finals if we don't catch their final game live. And then I might cast their other stuff later, perhaps. Now, Knights of Immolation, prowling around. These guys getting compromised is huge. This is another thing. So I will say for... I'm forgetting who is the Chaos player here. Whatever's playing Chaos, I would say, definitely recognize where the big threats are. So you want to keep tabs on stuff like big dragons prowling around the field all the time, because if you're not on top of your micro like this, you can really get punished pretty hard. Because it deals a good amount of damage, and it also terrorises these guys. And keep in mind, these guys are very crucial. Just like your caster was very crucial, and unfortunately he is dead. These Martyr Horsemen are very crucial as well. So it's more and more looking like a Dark Elf probable victory here. The Chaos Warriors are getting pretty much routed off now everywhere. Siggy, being too immobile, can't really help too much areas, and Nice Immolation seem to have kind of been just kind of... I think they were kind of blundering around as well. They could have been catching the Scourge Runners. They do have 105 speed. They could have maybe been rear charging and try to use the mobility to pressure elsewhere in the battlefield. And Siggy did his job. Siggy's on the spot, but he just is an infantry character, so he can't get to all the crucial engagements, especially when they're skyborn. So what you can do also is if you're afraid that your Zine Sorcerer can't get away, maybe you land him next to Sigvald and try to get the Sorcerer Lord to hop on the ground. And yeah, see, there you go, land on the ground. The Sorcerer Lord now lands. You attack with Sigvald. You have to surround with the Immolation Knight, so you can't run away here. Can't run away here because she can just go away. That was a big misplay as well. You had probably a chance, a slim of a chance, if you could get these Immolation Knights surrounding Supreme Sorcerers and have Siggy fight as well. So Siggy, yeah, doesn't have to engage now. He can just sit on the point, but he's pretty much going to be awaiting his doom. He can grind through a lot of stuff, but one, this is a lot of infantry, and also more so, the infantry is going to engage him, and then the dragon's going to cycle charge and soul steal him probably to death, I would say. We're on the last game of our semi on our side. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this is your first game, I believe. Let's see. Yep. So this is your first game, and we might not cover your we might cover your last two, but we might not because we might just go straight to the finals, to be honest. Just because of my my schedule, unfortunately. So Supreme Sorceress eyeing her prey from the skies. But yeah, you're going to have to be careful as Dark Elves how you engage. Siggy is quite the menace. So you're going to want to grab all this infantry here. I mean, I guess you can chase these guys. They have 0 ammo. I really wouldn't bother at this point. I'd use the Scourge Runners. Yeah, I guess maybe these guys. But honestly, using your infantry to catch like 80, 90 speed cavalry is not most beneficial. You're just going to tire them out. They have no way of catching up to those horses at all. Knights of Immolation getting routed off by the Supreme Sorceress. So the Dark Elf's doing his due diligence, trying to rout off all the units, which is very fair. But you really, at this point, you probably don't need to do this. You can just go try to capture the point and force the issue, and more importantly, kill Siggy, who will not rout on his due to army losses here. He will stand his own, like the absolute Chad that he is. So he will be scrapping till the last. So you definitely want to try to focus all your efforts on that at the moment. And yeah, the thing is, like, you'll be able to outcap Sigvald as well with all your infantry. I wouldn't engage piecemeal, so if this guy goes in with the Dark Elf infantry here, Sigvald will definitely cut them probably all down. You know, like, I know there's like 33 of them or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, like, Sigvald is an absolute god amongst men here. Oh, as he phases out. Oh yeah. Yeah. But didn't even mean to do that. I meant to zoom in on his face, but that was just perfect. Okay, so we got Scourge Runner chariots prowling around, but yeah, we're just gonna pretty much wait for all the Dark Infantry and the Dragon to converge on Siggy. While the timer slowly ticks down, so... Here. Can the Dark Elves pull it off? Can they do it? Siggy does have probably all of his full HP capped or whatever. I wouldn't be charging him now. He did take a good chunk of damage there, though. Sliver Side is going to be up. He's probably going to deal some good damage to that Supreme Sorceress here. Because he has, what, Sundered Armor? Yeah, yeah, he can. So, just smack my mic a few more times. Hit me, baby, one more time. Yeah, Prince Siggy's gonna be taking some damage. You're gonna want to run in some of that infantry there. You maybe clean up some of these Chaos Warriors. It looks like they're routing. But you don't want to surround him. You know, you're contesting the cap, so you know. But yeah, you don't want to be taking this much direct damage from Siggy this early. You can throw in some of these Bleak Swords, allow them to chew up some of his splash damage, and then you just charge in and charge him in the rear, preferably right in the rear, how he likes it. And yeah, just do that. But as you can see, this Supreme Sorceress is getting chopped up a little bit. Chop, chop, chop that ass down because yeah. Siggy's a beast. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? Alright. So, Witch Elves coming in here. Leave. Oh, they don't have poison, they just have that rage or whatever. Melee defense minus 10% though, so now's the time to, yeah, Soul Stealer, now's the time to cycle charge. And you should be able to get Siggy down probably pretty good. Yeah, he might even tear, well actually he can't tear route, right? He might just regular route though. Do we agree that you can't ban the same faction twice? I'm not sure if that's in the rules. I think, I'm not sure what banning system we used here, but we can go check as Sigvald fights off the world itself. But I think he will be losing here. Okay, duplicates a selectable spell or bounce spells are not selectable, more than one. Okay, yeah, so the duplicates wouldn't, okay, so blah blah blah. Picked bands. Yeah. So you can ban the same faction twice. It's just that, like, you know, it goes back and forth. So technically, like, one, if you really want one faction, like either game 1 or 2, you will be able to bring them more than one. Oh, does it say no repeat bans? Where does it say no repeat bans? Ba 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 da ba ba da ba. Oh, okay. Pick bands, blind picks. This will be done. Blah blah blah. And semis. Okay, in semis and finals, picks as follow. Okay, we'll end this replay. No repeat bans or picks. So it says no repeat bans. So you are correct. You cannot ban the same faction twice, it seems. So there you go. That is truth. Okay, Siggy, absolute beast, but could not handle the rest of that army. I think it was mainly, I mean, honestly, there's only a few key mistakes. Well, there's a few key mistakes from the Chaos side, Chaos Warrior side, which is throwing away that caster. Some of the micro of the Knights of Immolation was not great, and then yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't think the Soul of Damnation is that good, but he actually ended up landing some of its shots, so like, damn, look at it. It got some value. It didn't pay for itself at all, but you know, it is what it is. And then look at the Hellstriders. They did really well for themselves. Nice. But yeah, I think it was just mostly these two things that got caught out, and then These guys got caught out near the end by the dragon. The dragon was just a menace. 4,000 value. Holy shit. You know? Jesus Christ. Well, there it is. There it is indeed. Yeah, very good stuff from both players. That was a well-fought game. Just some micro mistakes, I would say, on the cast war part. Okay. Yeah, if it says it in the rules, believe the rules. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Believe the rules. And if it's written no repeat bans, then that is the word that you have heard. But yeah. So as long as that's going swimmingly, hopefully, you guys will be wrapping up your game so we can move on to the finales. Oh, that was weird. Okay. So let's see. Let's see if your guys the best of three is. No, it's still going. Okay. If you guys are in a game, great. If not, I don't see anything open. Game 3 is now. This is game 2. 258. Okay. So we can go over game 2 until the finals happen here. We'll have to miss out on game 3, probably. Just so we can go straight to the finals, unless there's a big gap between those two, which I hope there isn't, because I don't have a ton of time left, boys. I know, tragic as it is, but it is the reality here. Okay. We're going to download this. I'm going to go semi game 2. There it is. There we go. Bam. All right, let's go look at. Oh, here's the final. This is the final. Okay, never mind. We will see. Let's see who won our matchup here. So of the series that we just or wait, no, game 3 is still going on, I think, for them. So we'll take a look see at So message me, you guys message me on Discord when you guys are playing the final. Okay. Cool. I'm going to review the second game in their series so we can get the most out of their series before the finals. And then we'll go and hopefully cast the finals live. Some game 2 Grizz. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, this is a spicy one. Let's go. Let's go. It's a me. Alright. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright. I took 2 Grail Knights. Oh, you took 2 Grail Knights. Okay, let's do that then. Sorry to blue ball you with this, this game here, boys. But, let's go spectate the live thing. There we go. Okay. So I have this, and then we have the final, and then we'll be good to go. 3... Yeah. Okay. Alright, it is time. Let me get up the screen blocker so I don't... Oops. Bam. That's not the screen blocker. But it's cool looking. But not what I wanted. I don't know. Let's go, Lizardmen party. There you go. The Lizardmen just kicking it with the boys, knocking back a couple cold one riders with the boys. Yeah, taking 2 Grail Knights is pretty heinous, my friend. But, you know, it is what it is. Grail Knights are just a little overtuned at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, we got the accordion boy. The accordion skink. He's on it. I think that's Henowin, I believe. I think that's the Sotek prophet himself. Yeah, Rainy Frog, don't stream snipe, bro. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it, dude. Dead. No, but yeah, Grail Knights are pretty heinous. Yeah, their mass acceleration is insane. They just go through everything like they're a chariot unit. And it's like it's like part of me says that like it wouldn't be bad by itself, but I know it's kind of is bad by itself. It's just ridiculous. Like they have so much more mass than any other cav in the game. It's absurd. But they also got upgraded with like AP, so now they're just like absolute just destroyers of Earths. Like it's just absurd. It's just ridiculous. They're the most evil, twisted things I've ever seen. No, they're just a little overtuned. You know, they got a little too many buffs. Even though I really like the direction they were getting buffed, I didn't even mind like the AP on them per se. It's just that like combined with the acceleration stuff was absurd. I think the AP needs to be. I think the AP is okay if you tune down the rest of it. And I just think that the acceleration is a little much. Even if you took away the AP, like vice versa, I think the acceleration has got to go. Or the mass plus acceleration plus lance formation. It's just ridiculous. Mm. Alright, I think we're seeing High Elves and Tomb Kings, man. I think that's the final countdown for the best of 3 of this semifinal. I think it is. We finally see an elf. Okay, JK, we just saw a dark elf here. But we finally see my least favorite elf, the high elf. My least favorite strain of elfism. What if being an elf is just like a disease? Imagine that's the lore. Like you just get some like weird like disease and your ears start being pointed and you get black alien eyes. You just start acting like a total douche. Those are the side effects. Oh no, he's elfing. He's elfing out. Quick, kill him. Before it spreads. It's just sickly disease. That's crazy. There's there's this show. This came on, I feel like, I don't know if it's HBO or something, but it's like it's called like the West or Yellowstone like Origins or something. For some reason there's this like show like kind of about the like origins of Yellowstone, the park and the whole like area of it or whatever. And Sam Elliott is like the main guy with his deep voice. And like at the beginning of the show, like they're checking all the like employees, like weirdly they're like kind of stripping them down. It's kind of like pretty invasive actually, but I guess that's just kind of what you had to do at the time for like physicals, you know, for like doctor checkups to make sure you're good before you work or whatever. And like they took the shirt off this one dude and he totally had like smallpox or whatever or something. And like like Samuel is just like, yeah, you just have to leave. And the guy's like, why do I have to leave? Why do I have to leave? And he's like, you're gonna die. Get your sickly, disgusting ass away from here. like, don't touch me. Don't touch any of my employees. Go lay down by a river and die. I was like, oh my god, Sam Elliott. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's a savage. Okay, anyways. Whoa, 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 whoa. Make the cinematics moving a little bit. There we go. Okay, for the HQ of the High Elves here, we have Imric. Where is the Imric? Imric on his Star Dragon. We got the Lord of Dragons and the Dragon Horn, giving that map-wide buff of +1 melee attack and fear. Really gross ability, and he's just a very strong character in general. Mage of Life with the regrowth and Book of Hoeth, very cool. We have just 2 Lothern Sea Guard, and then 4, 5 Spearmen, 2 Silvern Guard, and then 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, very interesting. And we got 2 Dragon Princes, one Dragon Prince, and then 2 Lyrian Reavers. Lyrian Reaver Archers, skirmish boys. For the Tomb Kings, we got Archon the Black, and he is rocking, what is he rocking? The Liber Mortis, the Tomb Blade, Summon Skeletons, Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, and then his classic little curse ability after he dies. Very good stuff. Alright, 2 Screaming Skull Catapults, very cool. 2 Bow Shopti, very nice. We have... What is this line of infantry we got? Skeleton Warriors. So 3 Skeleton Warriors, 5 Skeleton Spearmen, 1 Tomb Guard with Halberd, just 1. And then we have the Kepper Guard, the Tomb Guard with the dual weapons here. And the Eyes of the Desert, very good. Very good unit here. Eyes of the Desert, very strong. Tomb Kings infantry, I'd argue, is very strong in general. I mean, they are weak to some stuff. They're low armor and, you know, susceptible to just magic and missiles and stuff. But, very cost efficient, I would say. Like, a lot of them are very good. Because they stick around. The sticky blockers blocking. Oh, shit. Okay. Get away from here, you filthy skink fox. Get out. Get out. Never come back. Never. God damn. Okay, well, at least we got it before the battle started. Holy shit. I'd have been very upset if that happened again. Ugh. Sometimes I hate the need for a blocker. I should just do the Dov thing and just click off into the other thing so I don't even have to put my funny blockers up. I don't even need them. Alright, so he's walking up with Emmerich very slowly. The rest of these guys are waddling up. Bolt Throwers actually should do pretty good work against Scream Skull Catapults. They're pretty good against opposing artillery as long as they aren't too snipey themselves. And Screaming Skulls are not that good at targeting other artillery, I must say. But the Bow Shopti are. Bow Shopti will be a problem, so I might imagine that you're going to target the Shopti first. Yep. That is what you should be doing, and that is the correct play here. I would be targeting, or focusing one at a time, though. So now that this one's more damaged, I'd focus that one. Unless one was a model down? No. Okay. Yeah, so they're going to be firing on Emmerich. I definitely would be moving up, try to get these Bow Shopti into range of the Bolt Throwers. Even though Emmerich is being an annoying fuck. And the Bow Shopti can definitely deal some good DPS to him. Because he's just kind of surfing there, not really juking that much. Maybe trying to get like a fire down or something. Ooh, he's gonna get the Eyes of the Desert shots up on him. Okay, he's getting in range. Yeah, these guys should be. Well, let's see if they can shoot him. See if we can get him. Are they quick enough? They're not. Nope. He's just on the edge of their range. Ooh, but he's going back in. No, 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 no. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Oh, god damn, that missile's so disgusting. The Skeleton Horse Archers are actually trading pretty well into the Illyrian Reaver Archers. These guys are 140. These guys are 140. 17 missile strength, armor 40. Yeah, interesting. It's interesting that they're actually trading that well into Illyrian Reavers. Imric taking a metric shit ton of damage and just continues to stay in this box of doom for the Tomb King series, allowing himself to get a lot of damage done to him. He can totally get healed by regrowth, yep. But it's just kind of a waste, you know? He's not accomplishing a whole lot. He's not getting a lot of value for his trade of HP here. He did get into the grill of... ooh, this is a nice little charge. Sort of gets jibbed by the Tomb Guard, unfortunately, since he was going for the artillery. I would have just gone straight for, like, the Kepler Guard or something. That would have been kind of dope. Smash these guys. Pull out, smash maybe some of the Skeleton Spearmen and stuff. Horsemen and Illyrians just straight up having a firefight, standing, shooting to the death here. The cost-effective line of... I wouldn't have summoned the Skeleton Warriors here, I don't think. Okay, well they're kind of crumbling, but I would wait until it was absolutely dead just to maximize your time and see if you needed to use that summon. These guys are getting surrounded and definitely misplayed here. You need to get the hell out of dodge with those Dragon Princes quick. Imric getting Spirit Leeched. Archon jumping in on him. And yeah, the High Elves just kind of throwing themselves into compromising positions here. The Dragon Prince definitely needed to pull out as soon as they charged into that formation. It was only surrounded by slower Skeleton Spearmen, so essentially there's really no reason they shouldn't have been able to get out there. I don't think he brought any nets. Imric being able to get out alive just because of healing fuckery from this Made to Life, which is fair. It's what they do, very obnoxious shit. And yeah, the overall, like, some of the Skeleton Warriors are just losing straight up to these very high melee defense Spearmen. So I will say that Imric just took a beating, and more so the loss of these Dragon Princes is huge. Let's see how many left. 24 or 25 out of 60. So a lot of your value is going down the drain on those guys. Imric getting Spirit Leeched. He still has a good amount on his healing cap, so he can kind of resurge here and probably deal some good damage back to these Ushabti. Or what is this breath on? Oh, it's probably on some of these Eyes of the Desert. 2 models died, but probably not even from that breath. Ushabti, are they shooting back at these poor Dragon Princes that are just doomed? They're just doomed, pretty much. 25 with, like, probably not a ton of cap left, to be honest. Well, I guess they do have a decent amount of cap for some reason. They have 16 models, doesn't really make sense. But I guess, you know, oh god, yeah, they're just done. Imric actually getting in the backfield again, but again isolated with no support. He's going to get absolutely obliterated. So, like, you're going to be winning this frontline engagement somewhat decisively, but it's not going to count for much because he has more chaff to throw at you, and you're basically throwing away your lord, like, multiple times here. To the point where it may already be too late, but at the same time, the Eyes of the Desert are very, very damaged. They do have, 10 ammunition, so they could probably spare some for some of these Illyrian Reavers and stuff and just murder them down. These guys need to probably be firing at something else. They need to probably chase and either fire at back at the Illyrians or maybe even come back here and fire at Imric. But this is the brutal part about Imric, right? Imric is just a beast of a lord. He really is just truly like the Daemon Targaryen, you know, the true dragon prince. He just is a raid boss. So he's hopped in here like 3 times, taken very inoptimal engagements like 3 times, and has yet to see punishment. Essentially, the High Elves came they came, they saw, they conquered, because they basically ran over the rest of the Hyle's arm, or the rest of the Tomb King's army, and you can see that the Tomb Kings have like what, like 700 more value essentially, but it matters not. I mean, Imric actually is getting fairly low here. The Ushabti being online is a big deal now. Imric's finally paying for his crimes against undead humanity here. There's no Spirit Leech going down. Imric's definitely on his last legs for sure. But the issue is clearing all of this High Elf chaff if you can take down the Imric. Which it looks like you can. I definitely would be firing at Imric still. Get him off the board. Get him off the board. Because if you are firing at these Lothern Seaguard who have 0 ammo, there's not an impact piece. Oh god, and Imric's gonna come down and, oh god, please, no, you switched off targets so, that was rough. That was a big mistake. Archon's, he's probably gonna die here if he doesn't get a move on. He has at least the Tomb Guard to run back into, but he needs to move. Imric's routing, so if you can get these guys, I'd put him on guard mode. I just wouldn't even care about the Illyrians, and I'd just shoot him as much as you possibly could. These guys have 0, they have 2. You can maybe run over here and get a cheeky couple volleys on Imric, see if that kills him. But here's the issue, the High Elf infantry just so much outclassed these Tomb King ones that I don't know if Arkan has the tools to defeat them now. I really don't think he does. Imric's returning, rallying. These guys needed to move, do something other than sit in these woods and fire through woods, so you're getting inoptimal shots anyways. He's getting a Spirit Leech down. He's probably going to die here. So good job on that. But Arkan looked like he overcast it, and now he's getting shrouded and going to die as well. So High Elves are going to take the field here. Unless Arkan can summon a unit of Skellies right here. That's why I would say you should save the... he has 4 uses, okay. But he is... okay. And then he needs to get the hell out of dodge somehow. 128... nope, he's dead. He's dead. So, yeah. Yeah, GG, but I don't think the Tomb Kings can come back from this. This is really rough. Really rough stuff here. Yeah. Well. But that was a good scrap, though. That was a really close game for quite a while. And the game isn't over, per se, but even the Kepler Guard, with all their stickiness, their regeneration and shit, they're not going to be able to take out this many high elf units. And to top it all off, the High Elves do have the cap point secured pretty well. It is still 5 minutes until the points will start doubling, so... Yeah, that was spicy, man. That was a spicy spagoot. That was really close. I think if he had killed Imric earlier, and Imric hadn't gotten as many juicy jaw bites onto Arkan and his trusty steed, I think it might have helped. These guys are about to crumble. Yeah, that's tragic. The one healthy unit, I was like, wait, they're healthy. Oh, no, they're not. This is interesting, actually. A lot of these guys are routing from the fear, I would assume, maybe. But this silver, is this silver? Yeah, this is Silvern Guard with the 55 melee defense. No, sir. No, sir. They have pretty hefty, they have really hefty melee strength. What is the melee strength of a spearman? So, 40. These guys have 52. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good shit against large. Silvern Guard are a beastly unit. High Elves have a lot of good melee defense, man. They do not like to get hit. They like to hide behind spear walls. GG. Wow. High Elves versus... Okay, and I can't do it. Okay. Why? Tell me why does Warhammer not save the games? Okay, I would like to open that thing. Yeah, there we go. High Elves versus... Games. Semis. Game 3. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this was an intense game, man. Imric got a lot of value despite him kind of suiciding himself. Um, Mage of Life was doing her job for sure. Got excellent value out of the regrowths and stuff on Imric. Dragon Princes, I think, were pretty mishandled, but they, they at least distracted the back line. But I think it was more so like, um, Imric is like a majority of the funds here, right? So you got to realize, like, when you have him on death's door, you need to do everything you can to kill him. Because he was literally like on his last legs, and he essentially killed Arkin, right? Like he came back. Like I mean, he came back with his just big ass dragon and just like chomped him like almost in half in like a couple bites. And Arkin did very well. A lot of spirit leeches. Didn't get as many summons off, but it was good to save them for the late game. There, it's just he was too low HP and got caught out. These guys did great. A lot of the punishing was pretty good. Um, and the bolt throwers ended up not doing a ton here. Screaming Skulls, neither did they because they kind of got compromised. But yeah, GG to both players. That was a really fun game to cast. Okay, moving on to the finals. Spectate, baby. Oh, yeah. Okay, that was the what? 1, 2, 3. What is it? Is it? What is what? How dare you? Okay, I guess I'll go ask for the password then. Here. Okay. Okay. Oh, password is 1, 2. Oh, look at you, spicy. You spiced it up. You changed the password on me. The tried and true. How dare he? All right. Screen blocker. Okay, these skinks had failed me because they didn't remind me to take them away. So now we must go to someone else. Do we do Arkin because he died an unfortunate death that last one? I don't know if he can really block all of this. Yes, he can. Oh yeah, sort of. Let's see. How enlarged does he have to be? I guess you can't really. No, you can see both ends technically, I suppose. Unless you go like this. Yeah, there we go. Just do the Fate of Buna noise. Worst professor. The worst professor. Yeah, that was a really good game. Alright, yes. That's very good. Very good. Oh yeah. So we got the Foot of an Ally as the first game. It'll be looking like another Warriors versus a Beastmen game here. Looking like another Warriors versus Beastmen game, boys. Boys. Can I shrink it from my view? I can. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Oh yeah. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go. Alright. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, I'll have to go back and check, Frog, about the map with the not working, river. I'm sure we can fix that somehow. But, you know, it may turn out to be some cataclysmic, thing. Might take days. Years just to change one thing. But no, sounds like just a map editing thing, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, let's get this blocker out of the way, people. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it in ways that make us feel good. Alright, I'm loving these two lords here. Some of my favorites. We got the Archie, and we got the Malagor. What more could you want, really? What more could you ask for on a nice summer's day? Whee. Skirt. That's a nice little map. Some cool mountains, very kind of realistic looking. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's get the camera adjustments here. Boop. All right. Let's see who sets up first. Looks like they're both going to take a little time to set up. Looks like for the HQ, at least for the Chaos Warriors, we have Fight or Die, the Slayer of Kings, Burning Head, Searing Doom, and Spirit Leech. It seems like we have a theme for the kit of Borgash's Chaos and his Archaon. He likes them in that very specific way, and I think they're not bad spells at all. I think they give good variety. I think I just don't think Fight or Die compared to his helmet is best, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, it looked like somebody read it up. Sounded like somebody read it up. We have two Marauder Horse Masters. Okay. We have two Chaos Warhounds with poison. I'm surprised I don't see a third or a fourth one. He very much favors those. We have three Marauder Spears of Zinch here. Doesn't appear like he's setting up much anymore here. We have the Severed Claw. We have 2 Chosen with halberds. 3 Marauders here. Very interesting little formation they got going on. For the Beastmen, we have Malagor equipped with a Enfeebling Foe and Flock of Doom. So he's not going for the Terror or Leadership debuffs here, although he does have something wicked this week on his. And his Icons of Evocation for that extra leadership. We have 2 Centaurs with Throwing Axe, one being the Grog Hooves of Wolfrund with the perfect, or the Rowdy, and which gives them HP, I believe, and Perfect Vigor, of course. And then we have 2 other Centaurs with Throwing Axes here. Some regular Centaurs, which I definitely approve of. I think they're better a lot of the time than the Grey Weapon ones. We have Minotaurs with great weapons themselves, a Jabberslythe, and then a bunch of Razorgore Herd accompanying these Ungor Spearmen who are going to charge into these Mardozine Spears. You generally want to charge in the infantry first, and then the Razorgore to 1, get the charge, and 2, not receive any of that backlash damage, essentially. Marauders' great weapons are absolutely getting focused by the Minotaurs and Centaurs here. At least the Chosen Halberds are slightly more able to respond here and get a good rear charge into those Minotaurs, taking a chunk out of their health. Jabberslythe coming in and slapping around the Marauders, going to start draining them, but Archie is there to start dealing some good damage to the Jabber to keep him honest. The pigs are still into the back of Marauders. A good Flock of Doom here, dealing some good AoE DPS. Not a ton, but some good chip damage. The Chosen Halberds are just big chillin'. They are fighting off the Ungor Spearmen and Minotaurs with Grey Weapons quite easily. Marauder Horse Masters are throwing in their jabs, and they should deal some good damage to the Centaurs if they're able to land their shots. Yep, very nice. A Burning Head going down, smacking into the Ungors. I think he's hoping it would veer off to the right, but instead it veers off a little to the left and doesn't really catch too many of those unarmored Beastmen infantry, unfortunately. But a lot of the Chaos infantry is actually fine. The Centaurs with Throwing Axes are not dealing enough damage to kind of compensate for the lack of a front line here that the Beastmen brought. The Jabber is dealing some good damage, but it is getting whittled down by some fights with Archie earlier, and the Chosen with Halberds are no jokey joke. They will deal some punishing damage to large targets, if given the chance to actually get a hold of them. Centaurs with Throwing Axes and Centaurs and the Razorgore Herd are overrunning these Marauders of Tzeentch with the spears, but it's a little too late, I would say. Ooh, and that is a horrible choice. You do not want Malagor in any way, shape, or form fighting against Archaon. Malagor is an okay combatant in terms of mages, but that is not saying a lot. So, like, more so, he can go snipe other mage characters, weaker, kind of, squishier characters. He just broke and died. Horrible fate. His morale shattered. He's like, no! And then he just gets stabbed in the back by Archaon. Jabberslythe running around. You'll be able to deal some good Mortis, and there is a little bastion of hope for the Beastmen, but the odds are astronomical at this point. There's too much anti-large just fuckery around for the Warriors. They got their Chosen with Halberds, who are just beastly, and yeah, it's gonna be rough. Gonna be rough for the beasts to come back from this one. There's just a lot of shit. There was opportunity, I think, for a similar outcome to happen. I think Borgash actually really adjusted his build well from the last time he played Beastmen. He brought more Chosen, and he kind of essentially, doubled down on his strategy and realized that he needed to be able to respond in more areas than one. So he kind of had the halberds all over the place, able to respond to, Minotaurs with great weapons. That being said, from the Beastman player, I think you need to strike at those weak points, such as the Marauders, a little more efficiently, try to kill them quickly, and then get the hell out of dodge, and make sure your Minotaurs can't get scathed by these Chosen Halberds, at least until the late game. Also, I don't think I really like the Jabberslythe here. It just... It's good. It's good at like dealing with blobs, but I think you need to go more blobby. Like I think you need to invest more in like heavy infantry and stuff if you are gonna go jabber slice, so you can actually like deal good, consistent damage to those heavy infantry. You can run in and out using your like sturdier infantry as an anvil, right? And this guy will just run in and out of combat, dealing good damage over time. But I think it is pretty much over here. The bulwark that is the chosen with halberds, very cool unit here. Very dope armor and adornments of chaos here. Very good stuff. With the marauders, the jabberslife coming in, prowling around, doing his aura of madness or whatever. His gross little. It's kind of little laggy here. He's got a derping around here. And there you go. I think that's probably it, boys. I mean, there could be maybe no, there can't be. There cannot. There simply cannot be. Hello, what's going on, man? In this case, if the mod allowed it, it's legal. We can look into whether we program that restriction. Is Word of Chaos legal? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. He only had 4 marks. That is correct. Yeah. It's 4 marks is the standard for both. I misclicked, my lord. Yeah, that was tragic. If Malgor was alive, there is potential. And I think Rainy Frog, I don't know if you've ever investigated Malagor's kit, but if you like him, I'd recommend trying to do leadership bombs with him. He's actually very good at getting mass leadership very low with Doom and Darkness, and I believe, let's see, does Malagor have, I guess I can't click on it here, but, yeah, I believe Malagor has the tools to, like, basically get leadership very low for, like, chaff and, like, mid-tier infantry, so, yeah. Okay, let's get on to the next run, and I'll put up a screen blocker. Let's see, let's get something. So, Malagor was played last, and Archaon, huh? Chaos or Beastmen, eh? Don't have a lot of that. Let's see. We have Archaon getting eaten by a squig. We have Thomas the choo-choo train, who's chaotic. I mean, look at that. If that doesn't scream chaos, I don't know what does. Whee. There we go. Bam. Straight, taking it straight to hell. The train straight to hell. All right. All right. This have destroyed me today. Yeah. There was yeah, the Thomas the tank engine, aka the skull crackers, and it's not demon tongue, but god, what is that thing for chaos doors? What's the regular one called? It's skull cracker and iron demon. There we go. There it is. There it is. The iron demons and skull crackers are quite brutal. for Chaos Dwarves, if that's what you're referring to, because they're ridiculous. Yeah, they do a lot of they do a lot of stuff. No, they just have a very good they do a lot of damage. And they're pretty, like, not tricksy, but they can waddle out of situations and get back into the safety of the gun lines as well. Very good stuff. How is did you play in the land battle tournament, Seagulls, or did you play with Platypus, who's streaming, or did you play I think there's a Dom tournament either yesterday or today or something like that. Oh, the Cold One Cup. Yeah, because I saw you in chat. I wasn't sure if you were playing. I didn't get to watch too much of it. This is a domination. Oh, look who's come to ruin the party. Pone, when am I beating your... Dude, you know what? Okay, Pone, listen to this. I felt so betrayed, bro. So, like, I was, I like, watched the beginning of your thing with, Turin, the PvP stream, right? I wasn't betrayed by that, but as soon as I saw you did Smog, and you did it, like, almost exactly the same way I built Smog in my solo campaign, I was like, oh, he doesn't even know it, but he's stealing from me, this bastard. I was I was like, oh. Except I did my classic Goji thing. I actually started with Underground Adaptation. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about right now, it's Age of Wonders 4. It's a great game. You should, I'm not, endorsing or sponsored by it, but it's just a very good game. And also, not boo domination. I accept all Total War lovers here, but boo, bone, boo. Queen of Putrescence. Oh, damn. So actually, I stole it from you then, Pone, because you had the DLC early, you son of a bitch. I'm the stealer. But no, I think I don't know. It looked like you went did you go chaotic? Because I went industrious, because what I did was I did almost the same thing as you. I went ruthless raiders, and then the artifact horde thing, because I just wanted to be like actually Smog and just like sit on a pile of gold. And then I went underground adaptation, and all I would do is like, yeah, I have to, yeah, I need to message you guys more. But the thing is like, I also have to leave my thing offline, Ponicus. Um, but like, yeah, I'll have to hit you guys up more. But like, no, I did Artifact Horde, Ruthless Raiders, and then I started underground. And because like you can now like prospect underground, and well, I mean, you always could have, but like prospecting underground and mining the walls and stuff, and if you just absorb like all the items in the world, you can get so much mana for free, dude. It's insane. It's ridiculous. Like like I was just like sitting there like turn like, I don't know, like 15, and I had like 100, like 20 fucking mana generation, and I was like, yes. Yes, and I'm not even a mage faction. I don't even care that much about magic. But now I'm set. Like, it's just, yeah, oh, it's so good. Um, but yeah, I definitely want to try Smog out my Smog out in PvP. And then I made like a Grima one, where it's like Grima, where he's just like a silver tongued, and all I do is like slip Whispering Stones into like free cities, multiple free cities, and just like try to like scheme and just try to like claim them all. Yeah, I think Industrious is pretty good. Okay, enough AoE 4 talk, or not AoE 4, AOW 4 talk. Oh, we did the same map, guys. Guys, bros. Um, let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't care, to be honest with you guys. I just mostly because like I need to dip in a little bit here, not a little bit, but after I finish these finals with you lads, I need to dip. So let's do it. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. For the Nurgle of Nurgleton, we just have one hero, it seems, for the HQ. We have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle with the Lore of Death, interestingly enough. You usually don't see that too often, but there you go. The Filth Mace, very nice. Corroded Armor, very cool. The Fate of Buna in Spirit Leech. What does Corroded Armor do again? Mine's 30 armor. Okay, so I guess that's not Sundered Armor, that's 30%. Okay, there's the third. Very nice. No other HQ, but we have some monster stuff. We have the Plague Toads. We have the Festering Stooges. We have Marauder Horsemen here. Chaos Warriors. Oh. We have 2 Marauders. And then 2... This isn't Demon Spew. Okay, 2 Chaos Warriors and Nurgle. Demon Spew, Festering Stooges, and some other warriors. It is a little laggy. There's a little lag I'm noticing here. Laggy, no draggy. And we have Marauder Horseman of Nurgle. Chaos Warhound's Poison. Okay, there we go. Pretty much got his build down pat, lads. Let's go over to the Greenskins, the good old boys. The Green Off. I actually love this matchup, and I'm surprised I didn't see a Kugath here, because this would have been absolute destruction, by the way. Not destruction, but Kugath is a very easy pick to make in this particular matchup. Anyways, Wurzag. Let's see what he's got. Fisted Gork, very good choice. Headbutt, and here we go. I would have liked to seen a Brain Burster as well, but the rest of this looks pretty clean. I like his get-up. I don't think he has any other heroes, so we just have a set of the classic, looks like 3 Squigs, Squig Herd. Then we have 2 Savage Orc Board Big Guns. Wow. Or just Savage Orc Boars. Okay. These guys are hogging out over here. Broken Tusk Mob, very good. Savage Orc Boar Boys, interesting with the physical resist. I guess it's just more damage, which you kind of do want against Nurgle. You want to DPS the hell out of them. But another thing, guys, so Nurgle didn't bring Kugath, but if he had, this Greenskin build would have gotten annihilated, and I'll tell you why. Because of the lack of missiles. So you really got to be careful about facing Nurgle as like a lot of kind of more rushy or like more kind of bash them down type factions like Greenskins, where you're just going to rush, get in melee, and fuck them up. Greenskins luckily do have a decent selection of missiles you can choose from in order to try to skirmish down some of the more tanky shit that Nurgle has that you can't really grind through all the way yourself. This is a bit of an early engagement for me for Greenskins. They're kind of engaging like a little hastily here. There is some Swamp things are going to be doing good, but a lot of their cav just hasn't caught up to the main forces. I didn't even see these Logie Bogey Spore Splodas, man. Oh yeah, they're going to throw some fucking grenades, some Splodas. Oh, I'm sploding. No. And Chaos Sorcerer Lord dancing around. He's going to go attack the Swamp Finge. Ooh, some Savage Orc Boarways comes flying in off screen and attack these Marauder Horsemen for a lot of damage. That was pretty cool. Guys have 70 speed, very nice stuff. The Plague Toads are trying to... Ooh, they recharge some of the Durkid Squigs who need to probably get out of there. And they can run that way, maybe that way. But the Broken Tusk mobs will fuck up the Plague Toads for sure. Ooh, Warhound's getting routed off from something in the middle there. Maybe Night Goblins or some other kind of ilk. Maybe they do their Fanatics here. But yeah, going wide against the Greenskins here, not the greatest of ideas, I would say. Greenskins excel at rush combat. They're probably one of the best rush factions in the game at the moment, I would say, in land battle. They just have the cost-effective squigs. Their boar cav is really good right now. Even like the savage ones, who are, I'd argue, not as good as the regulars, to be honest. But they have a lot of DPS potential, and they just have a shit ton of mass. Like, all these orc wars have a shit ton of mass for, like, when it comes to cavalry, okay? They can push through a lot of stuff. It also means they hit more models and deal more damage on targets, essentially. The Swamp Finge coming in here surrounding the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I mean, does, I believe, have his Crown of Everlasting Conquest, which gives him a very good passive heal just all the time, which is very good for that healing bastard of Nurgle. Then we got the Broken Tuskmerb. Yeah, okay, my bad. Broken Tusk Mob in the scrap with some of these Plague Toads, Marauder Horsemen, and Chaos Warriors. Now, the thing about Nurgle is that I definitely think a lot of the time you want to be bringing Lore of Nurgle, at least as like a secondary caster or primary one, and then have like Lore of Death or something as a secondary. Purely because like having a fleshy abundance, if you have the mana to do it, can be so crucial at certain times. It can turn the tide of a lot of different engagements if it's properly timed. So I don't think it'd win him the game. In this case, there's just a very good differential here. But it could have been useful in saving some of those units and maybe even routing off some of the like goblins who maybe staying in combat a little longer would have made them rout, you know? But the Squig Herds combined with the just good flanking tactics of the Boar Boys is going to make it real rough for the rest of this Nurgle force to try to do anything. They're pretty outmanned, outsquigged, outgunned, and it's just going to be rough. This guy's going to probably run towards Wurzag, and he is like a better combatant, like technically, but like Wurzag also has armor piercing, has Wa right now. Actually, I would fight the Chaos Sorcerer. I'd turn around and fight. I'd charge him right now, and then use like use there, because he's just going to get a rear attack on him if he lets him now. I think he's using the Filth Mace. Yeah, doesn't really matter for him. Yeah. Oh, is that a back kick? Can he kick for the back? No, he's just getting attacked in the back. Oh, he is attacking. That is so weird. Is he swinging? Yeah, he's just swinging at nothing. Okay, that was a weird animation. He should have turned around and tried to attack him. Spirit Leech, yeah, will be dangerous for the Wurzag. That's actually one of the main OP pump wagons. I know, he brought the pump wagons. Look at that bastard. He didn't bring the flappers, I believe. This is just the regular ones. He's just exploding over here, dude. And, yeah, like, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, I think he's definitely best used with the Lore of Nurgle. I think, you know, the Spirit Leech could have been definitely deadly against Wurzag, and he did bring Wurzag, but you also need to kind of play the attrition game when you're playing Nurgle versus Greenskins. You want to outlast them as much as possible, and you also need to figure out a way to deal with those Savage Orc Warblers, which there's ways to deal with them, but you definitely need to be cautious and probably bring Chosen. I would say Chosen for sure. GC versus the okay. All right, was that the second match here? I forgot who won exactly the last one. Let's see here. Who won previously? Let's see. It was oh, it was Rainy Frog was Beastmen. So who was Rainy Frog this time? Greenskins. Okay, so this will be the final. The final countdown. Game 3, baby, all the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, let me get the screen blocker, boys. My apologies. Here's our beautiful Thomas. Need the dragon twins. Exactly. We do need the dragon twins, bro. Fucking, dude. I actually I like Cathay when I'm playing one of the Dragon Twins. I think the like theme there or just the like I love playing Legendary Lords. Like I honestly have adopted the like Pwn mentality. I mean, I kind of always really just played Legendary Lords anyways, but now I'm just like realizing that that's what I like doing. But like yeah, I don't know. Like it's always sad to me because I always get upsetty when I like see a generic lord and he's just like the like meta pick, you know? He's like, yeah, like actually, um, this guy was just came with some random items that are way better than this legendary sword that's been like written about in the lore. But this thing that just actually didn't ever exist, that thing's like infinitely better and super good. And you're just like, why? Like, why does the Chaos Dwarf like prophet dude have a heal, have the vial of Hashut, and then there's just limp dick or not Astragoth, limp dick Drazhoath who's like, yeah, I get magic attacks. Yeah, I have some like spell mastery that takes all game to like charge up, so by the time I have it, I can't actually use it. Yeah, I suck. No, like, but I mean, it's just like I don't know, like I was just I was real sad, real sad whenever I see a generic like just outshine their legendary counterpart in like such a way. Like I know I've already said that this stream, so if you've been hanging tight with me the entire time, you've heard me say this before. But it's like I like if they go off like in like they're worse in certain ways, um, in order to like fill a niche of some kind. I get that, I get that. But like if they're just straight up worse sometimes, but they fill basically the same role, but they're just worse, it's always just the like saddest moment. You're just like he's legendarily bad. Just like he's just legendary for why. What has he done that's so epic comparatively to his just generic file and rank generals? Yeah, Slaughterer Master vibe. Yeah. Wait, Slaughterer Master. Wait, who's the legendary? Is that Rakarth? Are you talking about Rakarth? Not Rakarth. Is that what he is? I'm still in the match. There's always hope. See, there's hope. There's hope for you, laddie. You can do it. You've come back. We've come back from a one-game deficit, and now it is time. Will the Borgash end your rebellion, or will you take over? Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna stretch a little bit. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Waiting for picking bands. Okay, fair enough. Do y'all picking bands, y'all? Let's get this on the road, baby. We got one more one more match to go. We can do it. I believe in you. Excuse me. You know what? Don't excuse me. I don't care. Hmm. Oh boy. Alright. Alrighty. In the blue corner. No, no. Let's do it, boys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. I don't know if that's where. I don't know what to do. That's okay. You're here to learn, buddy. So after y'all play, y'all figure it out, and I will be here to destroy you along the. No, I'll be here to help you guys after. Hopefully, my insight will be helpful for you. I think my insight's pretty useful for beginners anyway. I've long since been a top competitive guy. Right. Let's see it. It's Valkia versus Malice. Ooh. You have your hate, Malice, but your soul is mine. So we have the Phallus versus Valkia the Bloody. And we did switch match. Very nice, very nice, we're good. Okay, yeah. Okay, very good. There you go. There you go, there you go. We loading in. Let's see what these, oh, there's a little mercenary camp. This is actually quite the mercenary camp. This looks like a genuine, like, war party camp, actually. Like some shit that the Beastmen would just ambush in the middle of the night and just... Okay. I don't need that much cinematic smoothing, brother. Okay, whatever. There, bam. Resumed. Okay. Do we still have the blocker? No, we don't. Good, good, good. Okay, for the finale. This is it. This is for all the marbles. Who will be the new player champ of Tournament 2? I mean, there's been a few more tournaments, but I'm just going to call this Tournament 2. We're going to start recording. I need to start recording them. Not recording them, but recording all the results and stuff so we can get a little new player, like, Hall of Glory or something going on. Okay, so... Oh, shit. We have, for the Rainy Frog, we'll start off, in terms of HQ. There goes Phallus. There he went. That was him. That was it. Alright, we have Demon's Curse, of course. Very good stuff. The Blood Priest. Damage to himself, but gives him insane weapon damage and a resistance there. And then Zarkan, which of course, you know what that does. It loses health over time and blah, blah, blah. We have the Sorcerer's Beast with just Wissen's Wild Form and Flock of Doom. Interesting, nice. I like it. And then some more regen stuff with her passive and her ability there. We have 2 Scourge-Runner Chariots, 1 Blackguard. Yep, 1 Blackguard. 3 Bleak Swords, it seems, and 1 Witch Elf. Then 2 Cold Ones in the back. And a Dark Rider and the Crows of Cain, a very good Harpy Regiment Renown unit. For Khorne here, we have Valkia. She's got the Spear Slopnir, Demon Shield, and does she have her item? No, she doesn't, but, you know, or her other icon of whatever. She does not, but for the mobility, we have a Fleshhound of Khorne, 2 Marauder Horsemen, another Fleshhound of Khorne, and then 2 Chaos Furies. In the center of the formation, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, 2 Marauders, 1 off to the side here, and another off. So 3 Marauders, interesting. 2 Chaos Warriors, 2 Minotaurs, and then a Chaos Warriors with the dual weapons. So a lot of warriors just coming trying to like infantry grind out the Dark Elves, which shouldn't be a problem. Unless the Dark Elves, of course, do a little interfering, which that is their shtick. They like to make things unfair and unfun for everyone involved. No, but, ooh, we're going to see some nice focus fire on those Blackguard. I don't know why they're focusing just that one little area there. They should totally, like, be, yeah, peppering them a lot more evenly, get some better damage in there. But, you know, they're taking them down nonetheless, and that's good. This is the highest value target you can actually shoot at, and thus you probably, as a Blackguard, want to be stationed somewhat in the center of your formation, or at least behind a screen of Bleak Sword, so you can't wind up in situations like that. Thus, the Dark Riders are shooting. They should definitely be shooting the Minotaurs, or preferably one of the Chaos Warriors, even more preferably the dual weapons without shield to block chance. Crows of Cain, although very good unit, will probably only be able to deal, decent damage to 1 Chaos Fury before getting murked by the other one and Valkia. It's going to be a rough go of it. Valkyria's just a really good combatant, and they aren't large, but it doesn't really matter because she has 64, you know, melee attack and armor piercing and all that good stuff. Cold Knights running in, dealing some good damage to 1 of the Fleshhounds of Khorne, but then getting followed up by a second one is going to be a little rough, a little too much for them to handle. Minotaurs of Khorne actually are taking some good damage from the Scourge-Runner Chariots, even though they are beating up on these Bleak Swords, and pretty much all these Bleak Swords are just going to get toasted and roasted here. Malice, though, is basically left to fight these Marauders, which actually is really not good. You kind of want him somewhere else, dealing damage to maybe those more important infantry. And the Khorne dogs are beating up on the Cold One Knights, but now, ooh, this is going to be a good Spear Slopner. That's a good chunk of their damage, as that magical spear lances those poor Dark Elf infantry. The Minotaur is getting slowly plucked apart by the Scourge Runners, but those unfortunate... those Bleak Swords are already broken. I guess there's just the Sorceress who's left alone. Unfortunately, the Witch Elves who routed off the Marauders on the left side are coming to fight the Chaos Warriors. The Chaos Warriors are heavily armored and anti-infantry. This is going to be rough for those Witch Elves, even though they will be dealing some good damage back. It's just that those guys are pretty much meant to mince man-sized meat there. The Minotaurs of Khorne doing some good stuff. The Blackguard kind of got a little damaged early and now are suffering the consequences of exposing themselves to throwing axes to the face. But in the center, it is actually not going great with the combination of Witch Elves and Bleak Swords. Those Chaos Warriors and the dual weapons are taking a good amount of damage. Malice doing Malice things, just beating them up on spite, ripping off heads, tearing off limbs, anything to stop them from overrunning the rest of his army. Because on this right flank of the Khorne here is going very well for Valkia's forces. She's pretty much been able to secure many victories on the line here, and more importantly, take away those harpies of Cain, which are very good. And ooh, it looks like one, we have a little bit of lag, unfortunately. Hopefully this does not, result in. But we have a random little thing of Furies out here. Don't know what they're doing all the way up here. But yeah, they're I'm sure moving all the way back now. And hopefully nobody crashed, but we'll go check our Discord and see what happened. Doesn't look like they've crashed. Doesn't look like they've crashed. But it feels like they've crashed. Yeah. Oh, wait. I think someone's gonna drop here. I just don't know who it is. Could be me, and that'd be tragic. Okay. CA servers have fun. We like to have fun here at CA servers. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave here in a second. Yeah, is it lagging on your guys' end? We're frozen. I'm gonna try to leave. If you guys end up finishing the battle, great. Would be kind of anticlimactic. If you guys can continue the game. Still frozen. Damn, that sucks. Well, did you guys pause it? Don't tell me you guys paused it. If you guys paused it, I would have been upsetting. Let's see. I'm gonna go back in the little instant replay here. Well, from my perspective, I can't see if anyone paused it or not. It doesn't. Like I'm looking at the top right of that thing, and it's all grayed out. So if you guys paused it, unfortunate. Okay. Well, so there's a couple options here. We can you guys can replay. I mean, it was pretty heavily corn favored, but Mouse was still online. So you guys can either decide, if you guys can agree to replay or agree that, because it was very corn favored. So if it was going to go one way or another, it would be corn. So you guys can, if I'd be fine to recast one more attempt of it, okay, if we want to do a replay. But I would also be fine with you guys calling it there. It's my fault. I did. There was a few mistakes. Yeah, you threw away harpies. The blackguard was a little rough. Yeah, there's some crucial ones there. So, just if your opponent is cool with replaying it, you guys can replay it. If not, you can call it there. And I think Corrin definitely would have probably taken the field in all likelihood. But yeah, you guys can definitely replay if you want. Because to be fair, Malice is a menace, okay? And there was still pockets You still had ammo of the Scourge Runners. Malice is gross. So like there was potential for a comeback. I just really think it was unlikely because he's large. Okay, he says he can rematch. Okay, rematch it is. Let's do it. Rematch, same builds. Oh, it says I appear to be offline. Do you guys see this? do, do you see what I see? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna restart real quick, guys. Be right back. All right, let's see if it's not just excuse me. See if it's not just CA servers, hopefully. Yeah, that would be lame. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, it still says I appear to be offline. It's very odd. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, we're gonna go, I guess we're gonna go restart Steam here, because I really don't want to restart my computer in the stream, so let's see if we can do that. Gonna restart Steam, if you know what I mean. Warhammer 3, why you do this to me? Man. Alright, let's get this puppy back up here. Let's get the pup up. And hopefully this will fix it. Restarting stuff is the #1 solution to many, many problems. So let's pray that it does it for us today. And I swear to God, I'm not meaning to rhyme all these things, actually. The first thing, the song I meant to rhyme, but the rest of it, no. Okay, let's go. Come on, come on. Okay, well, shit. What the F? Okay, I know. That sucks though. But yeah, if you would be willing to give him that, that would be a clean ending. If we can't get the game to relaunch here, because it seems there's something up with the servers in particular. I'm sorry, guys. This was a pretty fun stream altogether, though. I think it was really a fun bout of games. I love playing with you, you new guys. It is awesome to behold your new fangled ideas and strats. Yeah, it says I appear to be offline. Okay, well, if you're good to call it, here, Rainy Frog, yeah, there you go. Yeah, guys, thanks for joining. I'll probably be streaming another one of these tournaments next weekend, and then hopefully I'll be posting some other content. But you know how the Goji is; it's hit and miss there. I've been working on this video for a long time. It's from this game called Speed Freaks. It's an orc racing game that I got to play the alpha of a little bit ago, and I'm gonna post a video on that because I think it was just hilarious. But we'll see what else, and if frickin' Bone and Turn will play Age of Wonders with me because they're too cool in their little cool kids club. But yeah, other than that, guys, thanks for joining. Hope you enjoy the turns. Good games to all the boys who participated, and catch you on the next one. Go G out.